Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. When two Natrona County School District 1 trustees showed up for a Friday meeting over a controversy that sprung up around new Turning Point USA chapters in their district, they were told to leave. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports Superintendent Angela Hensley made it perfectly clear the school board members were not welcome.
They had been invited by Kylie Walsh, who's been at the center of a controversy and the leader of the Natrona County High School Turning Point USA America, and they just wanted them to be witnesses and observers. The superintendent directed them away from the meeting, said that they were not board trustees in that sense at that meeting, and basically asked them to leave.
The parents of Natrona County High School TPUSA student leader Kylie Wall invited the trustees to the meeting and told Cowboy State Daily they left feeling as if their concerns had not been resolved. Now, the school district issued a statement of clarity about TPUSA chapters, stating that they wanted to, quote, provide stakeholders with an understanding of processes while encouraging continued support. Speaking of Natrona County High School, the Natrona County School District meeting room was packed on Monday night with many people having an opinion on the district's controversy involving Turning Point USA Club America chapters. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that more than 20 people spoke and had 3 minutes to express their opinions, and opinions varied.
One of the themes of the night was support for the high school principal, that he does a good job. Another theme of the night was from some of the students. At least 3 of them were against the formation of a TPUSA club. They used words like homophobic. And then there was members from the TPUSA Wyoming, the president of the TPUSA Wyoming, University of Wyoming chapters came and spoke and just talked about the need for students to be able to dialogue on hard subjects.
The district school board meeting concluded with the decision that the TPUSA club can continue in Natrona County High School as long as it follows school policy. Lawmakers are starting to point fingers after Radiant Nuclear dumped Wyoming for Tennessee this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports some legislators say the state made a catastrophic mistake in not embracing the industry.
Yeah, folks like Senator Ed Cooper, who spent a lot of time getting to know this industry and promoting it and being very bullish about what it means for Wyoming's economy. Governor Gordon chimed in and really branded those that vocally opposed Radiant as Club No, that they were more interested in turning something away than developing something. And so, yeah, the feelings were raw and fresh.
Matt Wilson, a representative of Radiant Nuclear, appeared on Cowboy State Daily's radio show and told host Jake Nichols, quote, "Look, you can't have it both ways. You can't be pro-nuclear without being open to being a nuclear waste site to some degree." I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
On Monday, the Wyoming Joint Judiciary Committee advanced a bill seeking to criminalize grooming or pushing children towards sexual acts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that as drafted, it would penalize grooming offenses with harsher penalties than statutory rape itself.
This bill has been lopsided, and it remains lopsided going into the 2026 session, where you, in some cases, can face life in prison for grooming a child, which is less than, I believe in all cases, you can face for statutory rape.
The 13 members of the Legislative Joint Judiciary Committee who attended all voted in favor of sending the bill into the 2026 lawmaking session, which opens on February 9th. And we're learning more about the Laramie County man accused of hoarding more than 100 animals. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Michael O'Hearn was investigated but not convicted for similar allegations dating back to 2022.
While a lot of these cases touched on similar issues of mistreatment of animals, most, if not all of these cases were actually dismissed by prosecutors.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office reports that they found over 100 animals alive and 22 dead at O'Hearn's residence. The shelter staffers are still scrambling to feed, clean, and care for the massive influx of rescued animals. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Wednesday, October 15th. Middle of the week, middle of the month. Just middling today. But it'll be a great show. You're going to love it. Special guests, yeah. We got a few lined up for you. Jared Petrino and I are going to talk UW sports. Big football game for the Pokes this Saturday. Winnable game. If you're a fan of offense, you should see plenty of that. Yes, even acknowledging the Cowboys are involved. Wyoming can score, and they're going to need to, because Air Force has been putting up a ton of points. Not winning, but they're scoring. We're going to talk about Turning Point a lot today. Turning Point USA, the chapter that's trying to get off the ground and take flight in Natrona County High School. There was a contentious meeting the other night. Dale Killingback was there. Fireworks. This thing isn't cooling down anytime soon. I want to talk about Turning Point USA's proposed alternative halftime show to the Super Bowl. So we're going to do a lot of Turning Point stuff today for sure. Let's get a weather forecast to you, and then we'll dive right into the stories of the day. It's rainy, soggy where I am and where most of us are here in Wyoming. Chance of rain later today in Casper, late afternoon, with highs of 69. You'll have sun till then. Enjoy it. Rain's coming. Chance of rain around 3-ish. In Riverton, mostly sunny, breezy till then, 67 the high. Evanston, rain and snow, a likelihood today with highs only 54. Chance of rain in Green River about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 62 the high. Pinedale, rain on the way with highs 54. Alpine, 57 with rain. DuBois, you'll see a chance of rain probably late morning. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 53. Jackson, rain likely. Big thunderstorm rolled through just a little bit ago, and it is pouring. 54 the high in Jackson. Snow up in Yellowstone. Yep. Thermopolis, chance of rain. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 63. Cody, probably see some rain today, 56. Powell, you too. Rain coming at 3-ish. With a high 55. Buffalo, chance of rain. Mostly sunny until then with highs 64. Sheridan, you'll top out at about 51 with some morning fog and afternoon rain. Gillette, slight chance of rain. And then gradually becoming sunny today in Gillette, 61 the high. Newcastle, fog in the morning, rain in the afternoon, high 63. Torrington, fog early morning up until about 10-ish. Slight chance of rain after 5. In between there, though, you'll top out at 75 degrees today and could see some sun. Patchy fog in Douglas in the morning as well, with a chance of rain, maybe around 4, 68 high in Douglas. Cheyenne, foggy start to the day with a chance of rain around 5 in the afternoon. Sunny, 69 otherwise. Laramie, just a slight chance of rain around 3 with highs 68. Rawlins, maybe some rain around 3, sunny and 65. So for some of us, certainly the western part of this state, going to see a soggy day today, cool and wet. Well, that's kind of what we're seeing. Let's dive right into this Turning Point USA controversy, both nationally and here close to home. Wow. I mean, Turning Point was a movement that was gaining traction when Charlie Kirk was alive, no doubt. But since his death, I mean, it has been turned up times 10. Rightfully so. I mean, we're talking about the legit assassination of the leader of a movement in the United States. Does that sound like Martin Luther King? A lot. Yes. Similarities. We're going to have a special guest on later this week. I want to say tomorrow. Let me look at my schedule. Yeah, tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. We have a special guest tomorrow. An expert in certain fields, a medical physicist and a radiation oncologist. And he has analyzed autopsy x-rays. Dr. David Mantic is going to be on tomorrow, and he's going to tell you about some similarities between Charlie Kirk's shooting and John F. Kennedy's shooting. Both assassinations taking place in broad daylight, both officially by a lone gunman, supposedly, wielding a rifle from an elevated position far away, both right there before live cameras capturing the moment in real time. A lot other similarities, too, when it comes to the ballistics, the x-rays, and yeah, interesting. There are still some conspiracy theory folks that aren't sure we have the right shooter. Similarities between Charlie Kirk, JFK, and Martin Luther King, MLK. If you look for the similarities anyway, they're there. But yeah, so Turning Point USA, the chapter that is trying to get started up by this young Kylie Wall, 17-year-old. She's a high school senior at Natrona High School. And she has been kind of given the cold shoulder, or at least flat out had speed bumps thrown in front of her efforts to create a Turning Point chapter at her high school. She's made accusations that the principal has been resistant to allow her to start the chapter. The principal has supposedly, and again, the principal, Aaron Wilson, spoke the other night to media and spoke to the public and said he denied some things. He said, no, Turning Point chapter is okay with me. It's okay with the high school. We're just concerned about a few things. His statement of clarity really didn't bring a lot of clarity, at least not for me and Kylie Wall. Wall said she was told by Wilson she could not speak to reporters, even off campus, during her own time. So when the high school day was done and she went home, if a reporter called her from Oil City News or Cowboy State Daily and said, hey, how's that Turning Point club going, she wasn't allowed to talk to the reporter. That was her accusation. But following a meeting just recently that Dale Killingbeck attended. The meeting was an attempt to be a further statement of clarity about TPUSA chapters and how clubs would be handled at the Natrona County High School. The meeting took place the other night. Dale Killingbeck was there, and there were some interesting developments, including the school district superintendent getting involved now. And she turned away certain people from attending the meeting. Now, this was supposed to be a public meeting, not a school board meeting, just a meeting with a special agenda to put out in the open and be transparent about where Natrona County High School stood as far as Turning Point USA and addressing Kylie Wall's concerns, etc. Well, the meeting, Kylie Wall's mother invited some people to attend. She invited Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, who is like the boss of bosses when it comes to school. You know, you got Aaron Wilson, principal of the Natrona County High School. His boss is the superintendent of Natrona County School District number 1. That would be Angela Hensley. And then Hensley's boss is Megan Degenfelder. And Megan couldn't attend physically, but she was going to phone in or Zoom in or something. Superintendent Angela Hensley said, no, Megan can't come. Megan can't be on. Ooh. She also denied Kylie Wall, the 17-year-old trying to start the chapter. She also denied Wall's parents' invitation to a couple of school board members who were just attending. You know, it's hard to clarify whether they're there as in their school board capacity, or are they just there as concerned citizens or friends of the Walls? I mean, there were just two people who wanted to come to a public meeting. They were told to leave. You're not allowed here. You're not invited here, said District Superintendent Angela Hensley. Made it clear that the school board members were not welcome to attend the meeting. Ooh. The meeting was to clarify the district's stance on Turning Point USA chapters in high schools in the district. That's not a way to make them. That's not a way to smooth things over. Natrona County High School, right or wrong, is in today's news media scope, in the crosshairs for, and right, you know, they have a chance to fix this. I think. Because right now, all you have is a 17-year-old saying, my school won't let me do Turning Point. And my school teachers everybody's working against me. The principal, the teachers are ripping down my posters. They're anti-Turning Point. But it's just the voice of one 17-year-old. So the high school has a chance to make a meeting and make things clear. They have their opportunity. I say had, they might still, barely, but the Natrona County High School principal Aaron Wilson did talk to the media a little bit when we learned about this last week, and he did deny some things. He said, yeah, I've got some concerns, but I never said that we couldn't have the club, we couldn't have Turning Point, and I'm going to find out who's tearing down the posters. I think I know who it is. I'm paraphrasing, but that was high school principal Aaron Wall saying, I'll get to the bottom of the poster ripper, the bullies, the censors, and yeah, let's talk our way forward. Well, that wasn't quite good enough for the Walls or media, and then we had this full-blown meeting the other day, and during the meeting, Natrona County School District number 1 trips up yet again. The opportunity to have a meeting to make everything clear, to assure Kylie Wall there's accountability. This is what the meeting was to be about, to invite the public, say, here's transparency, here's the school district policy on clubs. This is what we do for any club, not just Turning Point. Make all that clear. Where does the buck stop? Who's accountable? Who makes the call? All that should have been laid out. And yet it wasn't really. It was fuzzy, still to the walls. Ada Wall, Kylie's mom, I think she came away with, I still don't quite understand. And she also came away with a bitter taste because she invited a couple of school board members who before the meeting even started. They get there and the superintendent says, you can't be here. What do you mean you can't be here? It's a public meeting. Well, you're a school board member. So this guy over here is a plumber. This one's a cop. This one's a judge. This one's a maid. And this one's a nanny. Who gets to be there and who doesn't just because you're a school board member? In fact, I would think school board members would be a mandatory meeting, even though it isn't a school board meeting. I would think by the sheer fact that they are members of, they're trustees of the school board, that they would be there, interested in what was going to be discussed, interested in what the district's policy is towards Turning Point or any club. I would think first they should have reserved seats up front. And they're told, you can't be here. Oh. Yeah, it's just, you had your opportunity to smooth this over and you just made it worse. Natrona County School, I don't know what Megan has. We got to get Degenfelder on. I think they just made it worse. Dale Killingbeck was there. He wanted to see if things would blow up, and they kind of did. Kylie Wall, the 17-year-old, said, we were told all the right things, that my club is supported, that every student is treated equally, that the district wants our club to be successful, Wall said. But in the end, there were no commitments, no written steps, nothing concrete, and no accountability, said Kylie Wall. Trustees Mary Schmidt and Jennifer Hopkins, by the way, were there at the invitation of Ada Wall and her husband, Jimmy, Kylie's mom and dad, Jimmy and Ada. And they were told they couldn't be there, turned away. The Wall family also wanted Megan Degenfelder to join via phone. Hensley refused to allow the district board trustees in the meeting and did not allow the phone connection to Degenfelder, her boss. Whoa. Yeah. I mean, it's a simple misunderstanding, maybe. A simple misunderstanding. A nervous, and I'm saying this is not fact. This is not Dale Killingbeck. This is me, Jake, saying this. This started as a simple misunderstanding between an understandably nervous principal who finds out one of his high school seniors wants a Turning Point USA club. And this is weeks after Turning Point USA founder was shot dead. That's the kind of violence that I won't say signifies or surrounds the movement, but that's the kind of violence that's, for what good or bad, is attached to Turning Point now. The message, if you're a Turning Point USA believer and fan and supporter, the message is a positive one. But for others who have closed their ears, don't want to hear, for others who don't like Turning Point, the message is so negative, so loaded with trigger points and trigger words that bullets fly. So if you're the principal of the Natrona County High School and you got a kid coming to you saying, I want to start a Turning Point chapter here, you're like, I don't know, kid. Can we talk this out a little bit? I get that. But then that turned into she's trying to get the club going, and her posters are being ripped down by teachers who are anti-turning point. Suddenly, this got real political. This is not somebody trying to start a chess club. This is explosive now. Dynamite, keg of dynamite in Natrona County High School, when it could have been handled better, could have been smoothed over better. Then the media gets into it. And now you better, if you're a principal and you're the school district superintendent, once the media gets involved and once the superintendent of public instruction, Megan Degenfelder, gets involved with a statement of her own. She came out with a statement. The top dog in education of the state said, hey, Natrona County, little reminder, little heads up, the Constitution doesn't end at your front door. You can make some rules for your school, that's cool, but not rules that infringe on people's rights as given in the Constitution. So little heads up. She gave them a heads up. She said, hey, fall in line. Here's a little advice. Take it. That's from Megan Degenfelder. That was Megan Degenfelder. And this, the media, it's Kylie Wall. Everybody, you could see the writing on the wall. You could see where this was going. So then the Natrona County School District number 1 calls an emergency meeting. Good. Sounded great. This sounds like what they should be doing. Let's get ahead of this. Let's own the narrative in the news. Let's get ahead of this. Let's explain. Oh, the cat's got a mouse in here. I don't want to get sidetracked on my thought. Let's make everything clear. So they have this meeting that could have fixed it all. Could have patched it all up, and the meeting begins on the wrong foot by denying entrance to a couple of school board members who I think should have had reserved seats in the front row, but they're told they can't even be there. Oh, boy. This is why this isn't going away. We'll talk about national news with Turning Point USA. And I have a beef to pick with this movement when they supposedly are going to put on a alternative halftime Super Bowl show. We'll talk about that next on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Coming up.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, And you realize that you're not alone. Once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Just a little jaunty number to improve my mood on a rainy Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good to have you along with us this morning. We're putting on our thinking caps. We're trying to work our way through the news of the day, making sense of the news of the day. So we're talking about Turning Point and the Turning Point high school chapter that's trying to get off the ground via the young 17-year-old, the senior, Kylie Wall. In the recent meeting, that was, when was that meeting? That was last Friday? That long ago? It was last Friday when two Natrona County School District number 1 trustees showed up for a Friday meeting. They were told to leave. Yeah. So it's not getting better. We're not getting a clear path forward in the Turning Point USA Natrona County. What about nationally? Turning Point USA's announcement, if it's to be believed, and I get so frustrated with fake news, satirical news, people just spreading gossip, people just spreading flat out wrong news. Like, this is not news. So I don't even know if I can believe any of these things concerning Turning Point USA's proposal to produce an alternative Super Bowl halftime show. If that is to be believed, and I do see an actual post from Turning Point USA Facebook page. Now, is that official? Is somebody hacked their account? Is that a spoof? Because that can happen. There is an actual website, and I'm going to go to that, and it appears to be real. But again, you cannot trust anything anymore. There is a website, AmericanHalftimeShow.com, purports to be Turning Point USA. The logo is there at the top of the page. The rhetoric is Turning Point USA presents the All-American Halftime Show. Here's why I have trouble believing it. Because I'm thinking, Turning Point, stay in your lane. Look, I'm not anti-Turning Point. I agree with the message. I'm probably Turning Point, pro Turning Point, and I'm probably a supporter. I'm probably somebody likely to donate. I'm with the movement. I'm with you, y'all. But I still have to say, stay in your lane. Well, when did you become a concert promoter? Number one. And this doesn't seem to be the hill to die on. with apologies to the Kirk family for the use of that term, but this is not the hill to do battle on. The halftime show, the Super Bowl, is that really now become the most politically charged thing in the USA? I guess so. I got news for you. The halftime show, the Super Bowl, people have not been happy with the halftime show for a decade. When's the last time there's been a Super Bowl halftime show that we could have agreement on? It's almost impossible. It's almost a guarantee. That's the one guarantee that we can be in agreement on, that we can't all find a majority opinion on the halftime show performers. Last year, Kendrick Lamar, really? I mean, I'm not a huge fan of his music. There's a couple songs that might be okay, but that dude is not at the stature I think you need to be a Super Bowl performer. I think you got to be at a certain level of notoriety. That's my problem with Kendrick Lamar. His music was very niche genre, as is Bad Bunny's. But even more so, Kendrick Lamar appeals to just a pretty hardcore rap fan. You're not going to hear Kendrick Lamar's music played in a Dairy Queen commercial later. You're not going to see it repurposed in a commercial because it appeals to very narrow segment of the population. It's not going to appear as remade by Vitamin String Quartet on an episode of Brightonton. What's the show they do with? They redo old Britain and everybody's black. And that popularized the string quartet symphonies covering popular songs of the day. You're not going to hear a Kendrick Lamar song repurposed, recovered in a different way by somebody else, because they're not even songs. I mean, Kendrick Lamar's just like bump, bump, bump. And I'm sounding like an OG. Anybody who's a Kendrick Lamar fan was like, oh, Jake, you're so out of touch. No, he appeals to very few people. That was a surprise booking last year, and it didn't work. He wasn't good. He wasn't entertaining, and nobody knew him. But you can see the road they're going down in the NFL. That's the purpose. That is intentional. They're not trying to hire George Strait. They're not trying to appeal to the broadest section of football. They already have those fans. If you like George Strait, you probably like football, you probably drive a Chevy, and you probably eat apple pie. They already know that demographic. They get it. They already got you. They got you when they kicked off the game. In the first quarter, they have you tuning in. The NFL, you're already a fan. That's not the point of the halftime show. The point of the halftime show is to bring in another segment of the audience to possibly interest them in the NFL. It's the reason why they're playing football overseas every week. We got a game in London this week. Again, they're playing football in Germany. It's the reason they're playing football in other countries. They're trying to spread the sport. They're trying to make football the way we play it in America, where we use our hands, as the new football, to replace football the way they play it and call it soccer. It's a growth of the sport. They're expanding. So the Bad Bunny booking makes perfect sense. They're trying to expand into the Latina market. It's perfect. It's genius, because Bad Bunny, unlike Kendrick Lamar, is hugely popular outside of your sheltered suburban cul-de-sac world in America. Gary, Indiana, in your cul-de-sac life on your 1.5 acres, yeah, you probably don't know Bad Bunny. But the rest of the world, streams his music, buys his music like crazy. He is in the top 10 list of performers right now worldwide. Just because he doesn't sing in English has not hampered him in the least. So it's a big booking. It's a correct booking, in my opinion. Now, you can disagree. That's okay. But don't disagree on political terms. Don't make this about politics. If this is about the NFL, and if this is about music, yeah, we can talk about that. What is the NFL's intent when they make a booking for the halftime show? I think I know what it is, and I think I explained it. The intent is not to please every football fan that's tuning in. That's nearly impossible, and that's not their intent. The intent is to think outside the box, to bring in new viewers, new listeners, to show how edgy and hip they can be, the NFL. This is what they're doing when they hired Rock, whatever it is, to make the booking. The booking company that does this is Jay-Z, basically, Jay-Z and others. And they represent something called ROC, whatever. That's who actually made the booking, because the NFL wouldn't know. Rock Nation is who makes the booking. Rock Nation, I'm sure they have to get signed off by the NFL. Rock Nation, which is Jay-Z, they say, well, we're thinking about Bad Bunny. What do you think, NFL? And the NFL, bunch of suit and ties, bunch of white-haired, middle-aged guys say, never heard of them, but okay, if you know what you're doing. That's how that went. Short board meeting. Okay, Bad Bunny. And then Bad Bunny refuses to sing in English, and he's done that his whole career. He doesn't sing in English. He can barely speak English, as we found out on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, you want to talk about a big-name performer? He just hosted SNL. I mean, they don't let just any goof-off do that. He just hosted Saturday Night Live, so he is somebody. I got to clue you in. So if you want to challenge the halftime show booking on the merits of just music, I don't like the music, that's cool. All right. His music's not for everybody. Or if you want to challenge it on, I never heard of them, it's not for me. That's fine. That's why they make pizza delivery and a run to the beer. Run to the refrigerator for beer. That's what the halftime show's for you. If you're not into any of that stuff, that's fine. But don't start making it political. And Trump's jumping in on it, saying he hates the booking. All of a sudden, this has gotten real political. Everybody's like, this guy's so un-American. He dresses like a woman. He won't sing in English. That's got nothing to do with it. So what, he doesn't sing it, and that's why I'm kind of bummed that Turning Point USA, I have to say, stay in your lane, because they do bring that up in their messaging. I see on Facebook they talk about, how about an American performance done in English? In fact, it's one of their lists. What music genre would you like to see featured? And they list pop, worship music, of course, country, classic rock, okay, Grandpa, OG, Turning Point, or you can check the box, anything in English. That's an intentional shot. And that's not right, Turning Point. That's not what Charlie Kirk would have been about, I don't think. Really? You're gonna veto, you're going to boycott the Super Bowl halftime show because it's not performed in English? And I know there's a whole bunch of Americans who think you're not American, and they hate the idea that you got to press 1 when you call AT&T to get somebody who speaks English. And I know we're frustrated when we get somebody from India and we can't understand them. English is not necessarily a requirement to live in the USA. It sure would be helpful. But that has begun. That got us down the path of this political thing. Now, all of a sudden, it's so political. Trump hates the booking. And if Trump hates it, then automatically now it's a political thing. Now we got all political over Bad Bunny. And Turning Point is going to put on an alternative halftime show. That's silliness. Turning Point, silliness. It's not where you belong. Just let the NFL have their football game and their show. And if you want to do a show some other time. But to have an anti, they call it alternative. Either way, I call it anti. It's anti. It's anti Spanish speaking. It's anti Bad Bunny. And guess what? Here's one last thing. Super Bowl performers have not always been U.S. citizens. Bad Bunny is. And say what you will about him being, he's a Puerto Rican, born in Puerto Rico, refuses to sing in English, yes. Refuses to tour anymore in the U.S. because ICE goes and rounds up and arrests his crowd that come and see him. So, yeah, you can take that into account. But Bad Bunny happens to be a citizen of the United States of America. Former Super Bowl performers that were not. Enrique Iglesias, not a citizen when he performed in 2000. U2, huge band, not U.S. citizens. They played the Super Bowl in 2002. Shania Twain, she's a Canuck. The Canadian performed in 2003. Paul McCartney, as popular as he is, not a U.S. citizen. They played in 2005. Rolling Stones, England, not U.S. citizens. Coldplay performed in 2016, not U.S. citizens. Shakira, 2020 halftime show, not U.S. citizen. The Weeknd, not U.S. citizens. Rihanna, not U.S. citizen in 2023. So don't tell me you got to be a U.S. citizen. Bad Bunny is. Anyway, enough on that. I just think Turning Point needs to stay in their own lane when it comes to an alternative halftime show. Really? What? Since when did you become a TV station and a concert promoter?
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are.
Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Just one more thing on the whole Turning Point Alternative Super Bowl show. This is what I mean about the fake news, and you can't tell what you can believe anymore. According to Snopes fact-checking, Turning Point USA's Super Bowl halftime show did not sell out Atlanta Braves Stadium in 3 hours. After announcing Kid Rock was the main performer. Turning Point USA, apparently they have announced that they will do an alternative halftime show for the Super Bowl. They have not announced who any of the performers might be. Kid Rock is not attached to the thing, and they have not sold any tickets or identified a venue, I don't believe. So that all came from a satirical website on Facebook that says in big giant red letters, satire site. Yet, a post on that page started the whole rumor mill. I don't think they should allow satirical sites. That's just how I am. I don't like satirical sites. I don't necessarily, and I'm sorry, Planet Casper, I don't like fake news, like satirical sites. And especially in today's world, they don't work. They're not a good idea. They're a bad idea. I don't like them. I never liked them. I never liked April Fool's jokes either. I've worked at newspapers where they say, oh, it's April 1st, so we should do a fake news page, like the front page should all be fake. And all I could think, and I've never been the editor, I've always had the boss who's that was his idea or her idea. I'm like, that does not sound good. If you want to be taken as a legitimate news source, and especially in today's age where your news lives on the internet, potentially forever. Do you really want some story from 8 years ago where you were just making fun? It was an April Fool's story, but by the time it runs viral across the internet, the date has been scrubbed from the story. That somehow got lost. This got lost from the story. And all that lives on is this fake news story from 8 years ago, 2 years ago, whatever. And it runs wild on the internet. And today's attention span reader, today's reader, yesterday's reader in the 1940s, when Grandpa sat down and opened the newspaper, he might have read the whole dang story, first word to last. They don't do that no more. On the interwebs, they're reading on their phone while they're on the bus on the way to work or school, and they read like this headline and the subhead, and that's it. Maybe the first sentence. Done. And you're putting out these fake news stories on April 1st. I just don't like it. And the internet has made it impossible to do it in a proper, delicate, correct manner. You can't make fun anymore. You can't post fake news if you want to be a serious news site. And even the ones who don't even want to be a serious news site, like Planet Casper and others that are the Onion and all those others that are purposely satirical. It's good for a chuckle, but it's dangerous in today's world. We already can't believe anything we read. What do you want to fuel that fire for? So this satirical site posted, Kid Rock is going to be the headliner for Turning Point USA's alternative Super Bowl show, and supposedly it sold out in a matter of hours at Atlanta Brave Stadium. All fake, all not news. But the way we digest our news today, somebody scanned that, didn't notice the gigantic letters saying satire site, and started reposting it on their Facebook. They're like, oh, you'll never believe this. And then someone fell for that and passed it on. The next thing you know, this story gets bumped across the cyberspace world. Just stupid. I don't like practical jokes either. The viral videos that show somebody being pranked. That's a whole nother, I got to talk. Every guest I'm going to have on today, I'm going to ask them what they think about that. You ever seen these videos where somebody pretends to be a tree or a plant or a statue, and then they scare someone who walks by, like they prank them? I don't like those pranks because that's a good way to get punched in the mouth or worse. I see those and I cringe. Even if it's a spouse on spouse pranking, I don't like it. Oh, she comes in the room and you're pretending that you've been, the place is a wreck and you're bleeding. You pretend you've been stabbed to death. Or even a bucket of water falling off the top of the door. Who gets their kicks out of pranking? I don't get that. I'm not a pranker. So maybe I'm just never going to get there. But I see these cringe videos where somebody scares somebody else that you don't know. And some of them take it well. They laugh. Some spill their drink or back up and fall and could potentially hurt themselves. Like, you're lucky if you're the pranker that you don't get shot, stabbed, kicked, punched as a reaction. Not that I'm suggesting that kind of violence, but yeah, I don't like pranking. I don't like fake news. I don't like things that are, there's too much in this world that's already fake, superficial and fake. Let's just stick with the real. Legislators pointing fingers over Radiant Nuclear. We just had Radiant guy on yesterday, Matt Wilson. Matt, is that his name? Good guy to spend time with us. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Matt Wilson, Radiant's Senior Director of Operations, even though I called him the CEO. One of his people texted me and said, great interview, but Matt's not the CEO. He appreciates the promotion you gave him, though. He's Senior Director of Operations at Radiant. He did explain the decision-making. That's the company that wanted to do something unique in the bar-none area and kind of met with a lot of opposition, although some say if you took a vote, if you took a hand count, the majority of bar-none people, the majority of people in that county would support the whole idea and Radiant Nuclear. If it was just a rowdy bunch of loud naysayers, the no club, Governor Gordon calls them, that made Radiant pack up and go home, or actually pack up and go to Tennessee. So that's another issue. It's going to be hard to solve. Because the resistance came a lot from the Freedom Caucus and their chair, Rodriguez, their chair said, we're not anti-nuclear. We're just anti-storing nuclear in Wyoming. We don't like the idea. Rachel Rodriguez Williams, chair, draws the line at out-of-state waste storage. She said their group is standing up to, quote, California billionaires who insist on saddling our landscape with their windmills, their solar panels, and now their radioactive waste. That's what we're against, Freedom Caucus. And that didn't sound too inviting to Matt Wilson and others at Radiant. That's why they went to Oak Ridge. But that story, that's not done yet. What does Wyoming think? Are we ready to go boldly into the new age as pioneers in nuclear, or are we still worried that Wyoming's going to become a dumping ground for all the spent nuclear? That's a tough call. We'll talk about that next hour because we is out of time. More discussion coming up on the Wednesday show with the Cowboy State Daily. You're seeing us on YouTube, X, Facebook Live. You're listening in radio stations across the state, and you're downloading the podcast later wherever you find your favorite podcast. Any way you do it, it's the right call, isn't it?
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A group of Wyoming ranchers is building a massive carbon storage project on their land. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project aims to store carbon dioxide underground, creating new income as well as supporting the local economy.
What they do is they take the carbon dioxide, they inject it into the well, and then it helps boost production at the end of the well's life, kind of extending that out in a very economic way. I think of it as like a garage where you would park your carbon dioxide, right? It's a big garage, 102,000 acres worth of land here with 20 ranchers banding together to create this project.
The process is called Enhanced Oil Recovery, or EOR, and the technique of injecting carbon dioxide into wells that have the right chemistry can help squeeze more oil and gas out of them, boosting overall economic output. A Gillette woman remains on life support after being shot in the head last week. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that police are saying Javier Abeda allegedly admitted to a witness that he shot Marissa Allen.
Gillette police went to a home on O. Henry Drive and responded to the residents. They opened up the garage and then they found the victim. Shortly after that, a man, the alleged shooter, he dropped the handgun that he was carrying that he used as a murder weapon, allegedly according to court documents.
Abeda was arrested and has been charged with 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder and aggravated assault and battery. He remains in the Campbell County Detention Center. Allen is currently in a Colorado hospital, reportedly brain dead. The sister of a man who was killed after fatally shooting a Sheridan police officer last year has dropped her lawsuit against law enforcement. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Genevieve Lowry's lawsuit was never about money, but about unearthing answers about her brother's death.
That lawsuit complaint voiced all these concerns that she couldn't get documents, she couldn't get reports regarding what happened to her brother, what happened during that standoff. They had gotten the DCI report and they were told that there wasn't body camera footage of the actual shooting in which her brother died. And so she basically said, like, this could happen to anyone and I really wanted this documentation, and now that I've gotten it, I'm dropping my lawsuit.
Lowry went on to tell Cowboy State Daily that the information didn't answer all of her questions. It also brought her a tremendous amount of sadness. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Lawmakers are starting to point fingers after Radiant Nuclear dumped Wyoming for Tennessee earlier this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports some legislators say the state made a catastrophic mistake in not embracing the industry.
You have folks like Senator Ed Cooper, who spent a lot of time getting to know this industry and promoting it and being very bullish about what it means for Wyoming's economy. Governor Gordon chimed in and really branded those that vocally opposed Radiant as Club No, that they were more interested in turning something away than developing something. And so, yeah, the feelings were raw and fresh.
Matt Wilson, a representative of Radiant Nuclear, appeared on Cowboy State Daily's radio show and told host Jake Nichols, quote, "Look, you can't have it both ways. You can't be pro-nuclear without being open to being a nuclear waste site to some degree." The Natrona County School District meeting room was packed on Monday night, with many people having an opinion on the district's controversy involving Turning Point USA Club America chapters. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that more than 20 people spoke and had 3 minutes to express their opinions, and opinions varied.
One of the themes of the night was support for the high school principal, that he does a good job. Another theme of the night was from some of the students. At least 3 of them were against the formation of a TPUSA club. They used words like homophobic. And then there was members from the TPUSA Wyoming chapters came and spoke and just talked about the need for students to be able to dialogue on hard subjects.
The district school board meeting concluded with the decision that the TPUSA club can continue in Natrona County High School as long as it follows school policy. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually, once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers. He connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Radiant Nuclear's decision to bail on Wyoming and set up operations in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, still reverberating across the state now. A day later, yesterday, that was the breaking news. And in response, Cowboy State Daily reached out to Matt Wilson, who came on the show yesterday. First thing, explain further the decision-making, why they gave up on Bar None. Matt also, Radiant, on behalf of Radiant, also wrote a letter to the editor, to the Cowboy State Daily, explaining everything. Radiant saying, we really wanted to come to Wyoming. The things that appealed to us initially about Wyoming and Campbell County, all those things are still in play. We still like them. It's just we did not get a good vibe from your lawmakers. We went to the legislative session and we said we need a couple of things to make this work. And the legislators were unwilling to give Radiant what they wanted, basically. And a lot of it had to do with the sway the Freedom Caucus has. Freedom Caucus says, hey, we're not anti-nuclear. We'll explore nuclear. We're not afraid of it. We're going to draw the line at storing nuke waste in Wyoming. That's a no-go. It's a non-starter, is what Freedom Caucus said. And for Radiant, that was it. That means they packed up their pony show and moved it on down to Oak Ridge. Because as state statute stands, what Radiant wants to do is ship out these containers that are mini nuke plants. It's like a little nuclear facility the size of a railroad car or a bully barn or something along those lines. And they would ship these out, and you would attach them as you would a diesel generator. You would attach them as you would like some HVAC unit at your military base or your college or your library. You would be able to power some operation, whatever that was, a college campus, something of that size. Sounds like a cool idea. You would be off the grid. You wouldn't be using electricity from the electric company. You wouldn't be using diesel fuel. You would be using nuclear. And these smaller module nuclear units sound like the way the future is going, but it's still in theoretical space. It's still in idea space right now, as pointed out by one university researcher in this story from David Madison, who says, you watch some of these companies. He said most of these advanced nuclear reactor companies will likely fail before they ever produce a single reactor. They have grand ideas, they have good plans, they have a lot of smart MIT graduates working for them, but they haven't proven anything, said one university researcher. We'll dig into who that was, but that is another aspect. This should work, says Radiant and other companies that are doing this, but they've never built one. They've never actually done it. And there are some in Wyoming saying, we don't want to be your testing ground. We don't want to be here when you find out it didn't work. So that's a legitimate concern. Anyway, if this really is the future, if these companies are going to be able to produce a product that works, this reactor, these small modular reactors will do their thing for, I think, like a 3-year lifespan on some of them. It's kind of average ballpark. And then when they're out of uranium, when they're out of nuke fuel, doing their fission there, that spent fuel gets shipped back to where it came from. And according to Wyoming state statute, that has to be dealt with where it came from. It has to go back. It can't go to, even if there was a national depository, even if there was a place, even if there was the Nevada spent new atomic mountain. What was that? What was that place in Nevada where they tried to make they were just going to bury all the nation's spent nuclear fuel rods, and even Nevada said no. And there are parts of Nevada's like 80% BLM or something. Is ridiculous. Outside of Reno and Las Vegas, the government owns Nevada. And even they didn't want nuclear. State statute reads your empty canisters have to be stored in state where they derive from. So they'd have to be shipped back to Bar None and buried in Bar None, or encased in concrete, or whatever they do to store spent nuclear fuel forever, because it has a half-life of, it's going to be around when our kids are still alive. And that was a big hang up, and that's the hang up of the Freedom Caucus. They're like, no, we're not storing your used stuff here. And Radiant, Matt Wilson came on and said, well, you can't say you're pro-nuclear and then not want the waste. That's part of it. You can't say you love eating steak if you can't stand to see a cow butchered. That's part of it. So I get both sides. Both sides have a good point. Freedom Caucus denying they have a FOMO, or fear of missing out. There are some in Wyoming that say, man, this was a missed opportunity. The extreme viewpoint on one side, with Radiant deciding to go Oak Ridge, is catastrophic mistake. That's on one extreme. Oh, we blew it, Wyoming. A chance to be a leader in nuclear, and we blew it. Catastrophic mistake, some are saying. Some legislators rejecting, it's simple, comparable to rejecting coal industry 50 years ago. Some legislators are saying, just don't have the foresight. We don't have the vision in Wyoming. We're running scared, some say. The governor says they're just a group of no people. The no group who don't want things. They don't have ideas. They're not idea makers. They're not yes people. They just are no people. Governor basically calling Wyoming NIMBY, the people who opposed Radiant or made it difficult for Radiant to set up shop here. But others argue the loss of Radiant may not be a loss at all, including the university professor who says, hey, these companies haven't proven anything. He said most of them are going to go out of business before they even develop a nuclear reactor. That was, who said that? Oak Ridge, Tennessee, by the way, that's the site of the former Manhattan Project. Oak Ridge knows all about nukes. They're the atomic city. Back in 1942, the government bought 60,000 acres, set up a secret city, and started developing uranium, started nuclear fission, started working their way towards an atomic bomb. We got to build a bomb. We're at war. And that was all done mainly in secret. Some 125,000 workers at 3 different Manhattan Project sites in Oak Ridge back in the day would clock into work and not tell anybody what they were doing. Very secretive, so they didn't exactly embrace nuclear. They were just told what to do. The government said, go to work, start building this, do this, and bought the land. Like that was all done, not necessarily as Oak Ridge, Tennessee saying, we love nuclear, we're not afraid of it. They didn't even know what was going on. But now, having seen that and having grown comfortable with it, Oak Ridge, Tennessee is indeed enjoying a resurgence in nuclear energy. And the invitation, inviting more than one California nuke company in there, there's quite a resurgence going on in Oak Ridge. It is a known place to go if you want to set up your nuclear shop. And Radiant knew that. Doug Bernauer, CEO, they all knew that. They were looking into Oak Ridge. They were weighing their options. They're like, well, we really like Wyoming. Matt Wilson said, we love Wyoming. My family and my kids, we've been living in Casper for this most part of this last year. We love it here. We can't wait to buy a house in Casper and call ourselves Wyomingites. We'd rather be in, bar none. But yeah, the resistance caused them to walk and go to Plan B, which is Oak Ridge. Was it the right call? Was it a huge missed opportunity? Or was it, hey, we can still get in the game later. We missed a chance, FOMO. We missed our chance to be one of the leaders in nuclear, but we can get in later after we see if this stuff actually works. Tough call. There's a lot going on there. Another political situation for the governor to be opposed to the Freedom Caucus way of thinking. Freedom Caucus saying we don't want the nuke junk later. We don't want the glow-in-the-dark green ooze. And the governor saying, you're just a bunch of no group. Tough decision. David Madison has that story. You read on it. Get up to date. Get up to speed on what's going on so you can make an informed decision yourself. Check it out. Cowboy State Daily Show. We've been following that story from the very beginning, back when Radiant first announced that they wanted to come to Bar None. That was in the way back time. Don Day will be here, day weather forecast. In fact, let's clear the room for him now. Let's take a break. Don Day weather coming up next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Don Day. Day weather forecast. Don, we had this morning a ripper of a thunderstorm come through Jackson. I mean, some rumbling, shaking the house. How can you have a thunderstorm in the middle of October?
Easy. The atmosphere's changing. I mean, you get contrast. Now we're at the time of year where thunderstorms aren't usually very common after the month of October, but you can certainly have them.
Whew. Well, this was a good one. All the computer models must have been in agreement. Even the European models, who often can't be bothered to put down their vape long enough to make an accurate forecast. Those skinny European models. Oh, they're so fancy with their jewelry. Do all the models agree in the weather this week? It's kind of a state divided. I see some, kind of nice day. And then some places, it's just going to be cold and rainy most of the day.
Yeah. I mean, really, there's not really one part of the state that's going to have a great day today. It is going to be warmer, but we've got fog in the far east along the Nebraska-South Dakota borders. You mentioned the thunderstorm that came through Jackson overnight, and radar's pretty busy over central and western Wyoming with showers and thunderstorms. And then you go back into Idaho and Utah, Nevada. There's plenty of weather there, and that's what's coming through. We've got winter weather advisories for Wyoming's western mountains. Going to see a nice shot of snow over the next 24 hours, especially the Wind Rivers. Watch Togety Pass and South Pass. Those are two areas where I think roadways are going to be affected, and hunters need to be ready for that. Now, it's a quick mover, so it's not going to be a huge dump of snow in the mountains, but impactful nonetheless. And then we've got another little cold front going to sneak across the state late Friday night and Saturday. That's going to bring some rain and snow showers to the plains, a little more snow to the mountains, and kind of keep us blustery and cool. We're just in that pattern, that time of year, Jake, where it's a lot of up and downs, and you don't really tend to settle into one pattern that lasts more than a day or two. And we see this trend going right into next week.
Yeah, we did talk about that a little yesterday. You don't get that bulletproof high that creates a bubble for like an entire week. It's just ripples, just all kinds of unsettled weather conditions here in mid-October. Let me ask you this, Don, one last thing, because I don't know. And I have a trip to Cody to cover a football game coming up in a couple of weeks, Jackson versus Cody. And that trip is made much longer if I can't go through Yellowstone. Does Yellowstone have a hard closure for winter for the roads? Do they consult you? Does it get to the point where, mountain passes, we're done? I can't remember how they do it.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those things where it varies year by year.
Okay,
some years it closes earlier than others. I have no idea who they consult for that.
Oh.
But with the government shutdown, there may not be any weather.
They may have to come to you.
We just may have to cancel weather.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, what's going on with NWS, NOAA, all that stuff with the government?
Well, they're considered as well. They should be as like
vital
air traffic controllers, that type of thing, critical infrastructure. But they're not getting paid. They're working, but not getting paid at the moment.
Yeah, so they may be given a half-hearted forecast. I think Yellowstone should turn to Don Day weather forecast. You should advise them on when to shut down the roads. And
I will work for swag. Give me some swag out of the gift shop.
One ball cap, and he'll go ahead and forecast weather for you. But don't close Yellowstone until I can get up and back to Cody next weekend.
I just see a line of snow clouds ahead of you, Jake. I can see it.
Might need that. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, day weather forecast. We might need a whole army of snowplows to get through Yellowstone, just for me. There's going to be snow on the mountain passes coming up in the next day or two. If you're in the mountains in Wyoming, you're going to see the white stuff. If you're camping, driving, factor that into your day and night. It's going to be cold enough. Snow coming. Speaking of government shutdown, I see a survey here. What states are most and least affected by the government shutdown? I was interested to see where Wyoming fell in the list, because Wyoming's got a lot of federal land, as we all learned not long ago, which requires the feds to kind of run that land. Although, does land really need management? Sometimes I chuckle when I see wildlife management, as if the elk need to be managed. Guess what? They were around doing pretty well before man. In fact, it was the introduction of too many men and too many hands-on, too much mankind that created the need for management in wildlife. Wildlife was doing real good before we got here. Management. And does the land need management? The land was here way before we were here. Before the Cheyenne and the Shoshone, and way before the Inuit and Eskimo, way before the Aztecs and Mayans. Land was managing itself pretty well. Well, kind of well. Every once in a while there'd be earthquake, there'd be volcanoes that, killed the dinosaurs, but land was managing itself. So states most and least affected by government shutdown, top of the list, most affected, you could probably guess, District of Columbia, though not officially a state. They were most affected by shutdown. Just about everybody in D.C. is working for the feds. You're drawing your paycheck from the government, and you're feeling it. Second most affected, and it's maybe ignorant of me to not guess why, is Hawaii. Probably a lot of Air Force, probably a lot of naval bases. Maybe Hawaii's more military post than I thought. I think of Hawaii, and Hawaii and Alaska are the only two states I haven't been to because they're kind of detached. Been to all the rest. But I have not made it to Hawaii yet. Hawaii, in my mind, is a vacation spot, right? But it's probably very naval, very military. I mean, that's why it's even a state, is its usefulness for military, for Navy. That's my only guess. New Mexico is third on the list. Again, perhaps, I'm not sure why New Mexico is so affected. They may third highest ranking, most affected by government shutdown, New Mexico. Alaska's in there at number 4. Dependency on the feds in Alaska. They're not dependent on anything in Alaska. Interesting. Maryland rounds out the top 5. Least affected by government shutdown. In fact, you would have to tell them that the government is currently not operating. Minnesota, least affected. They don't even know it. Iowa just runs itself, right? Unless it has to do with corn, Iowa just keeps on rolling. Indiana, Nebraska, all them growing states there. North Dakota, they are the bottom of the list, least affected by government shutdown. All the farmers. Farmers, they're least affected by anything. Farmers got to get up and just go to work every day. That's John Deere country, and they don't even know there's a government shutdown. Iowa, Minnesota, Indiana, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Kansas, North Dakota, they're among the least affected by government shutdown. Wyoming comes in at number 19, so kind of affected. Mostly due, I would imagine, to the swaths of federal land here, beginning with that big old park in the Northwest called Yellowstone. Grand Teton, other national parks, a lot of federal land in Wyoming, so you do feel the effects. There are a lot of federal government employees in Wyoming. Ranked 19th on the list of states most and least affected by government shutdown. Now in day 15. We started that at the beginning of the month, right? Still no path forward. Even though Donald Trump has been able to bring a tentative peace to the Middle East, and he's now working on Ukraine, Russia again. That story in the Cowboy State Daily. How do Wyoming delegates applaud the efforts of President Trump, who single-handedly, he's not getting enough credit for this. In fact, one of the hosts on The View, not that I watch this show, The View was in the news not once but twice today for the behavior of their hosts. They're all hosts, I guess. I don't know how they do it. It's just a big talk show. And all the talking heads are women. And all of them are the host, I guess, who are referred to as the host. One of the hosts, Alyssa Griffin, said last year, she said, I will wear a MAGA hat, a Make America Great Again red ball cap on the show if the Israeli hostages are freed. Oh? Well, Alyssa, time to eat your words. Let's see that MAGA cap. Trump Jr. reminded her the other day of that promise. I'm getting a little off topic, but that's one of The View's stories. Former White House staffer. Oh, she's not a View host. Oh, sorry. I didn't think so. How many hosts can they have? Oh, yes. Yes, she is a co-host. Who is on The View? Can somebody help me? I don't watch the show. Now I'm going to have to get my facts straight. She's a former White House staffer, and she is now on the cast of The View, where they're all called hosts. apparently. Who is, it's like the simplest thing. Who is now currently on The View? I see a picture of them. That doesn't help me. I can't identify any of them except for Whoopi. Well, I'll just have to go with what the story states. The story from The Wrap. Former White House staffer made the declaration during a December 2024 episode of the ABC morning talk show The View. She said, Alyssa Farah Griffin said 9 months ago that if the hostages were freed in the Israeli-Hamas war, and she didn't even put the stipulation that if Trump did it, I think, maybe, she would agree to wear a MAGA hat on the air. Oh, yeah, she did say if Trump was able to. Yeah, Trump was working on it. She said, if President Trump is able to negotiate the release of the hostages, I'll eat my hat. Well, she didn't say she'd eat it, but she said she'd wear a MAGA cap. And Trump Jr. is reminding in the news today, the businessman, eldest son of President Donald Trump, called out the co-host of The View on X Monday. So he posted on X, he said, hey, remember, Alyssa, when you said you'd wear the MAGA cap? Well, the hostages got freed. 20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed. This is of the estimated 250 some hostages taken. Hamas said it's also going to release the remains or the bodies as soon as they can find them. Hamas, remember, is not an organized government. It's not like there's a boss of Hamas who says, all right, go get those bodies. It's just like a loosely ragtag bunch of rebels. So their ability to produce the hostages is a surprise. They would have to find where they're being kept and organize their release, which they did. 20 surviving Israeli hostages were released. Wyoming delegation applauding that success, led by U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, who has been outspoken on the issue. She was pretty happy with the release, which coincided with the second anniversary of that October 2023 attack. Hamas invaded Israel from the Gaza Strip, killed more than 1,200 people, took 254 hostages. That is fact. You can't, there's some people who still want to deny that aspect of it. There are some Palestinian, pro-Palestinians, some anti-Zion, anti-Israel people that want to deny there was even an invasion. Israel didn't just decide to go start launching bombs at the Gaza Strip. They did it because Hamas came in one day during a music festival and killed 1,200 people and then took 254 hostage. Well, guess what? There's going to be retaliation called a war, and that's been going on for 2 years now. President Trump did negotiate the release of 20 of the hostages. There's still some remains of dead, estimated to be 28 that are due to be released under the accord. But so far, a ceasefire and a tentative agreement is holding. Now, on the other end, Israel had to release over 1,000 Hamas people. If they're Hamas, they may be just West Bank or they may be just Gaza residents, but they had to release a whole bunch of everybody released their prisoners. And Lummis pretty happy about that. So is Barrasso. So is U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman, who will be on this show tomorrow. And we'll talk to her about this. So Trump did it. Took a while, but he said he would do it, and he did it. And Alyssa Griffin needs to wear a MAGA hat now on The View. We'll see if she does. Meanwhile, was that that wasn't the reason I was going to talk about The View, though. How did I get myself lost? There was somebody else on The View that did something dumb. Oh, yeah, The View. The View host, Sonny Hostin. See, here's another host. I don't know how many hosts the View has. They're all hosts. There's like 6 women. All of them called the host. All of them cackling about something left wing every morning. Is this show on in the morning? There was a dust up yesterday, Tuesday's show of The View. Actress Cheryl Hines stopped by promoting her book, her new book. She also happens to be the wife of somebody named RFK Jr. And don't think that the View wouldn't miss the opportunity to give her grief about that. She's there to promote her book. And The View co-host Sonny Hostin, however you say her last name, starts getting into her husband and says, you know, RFK Jr., your husband is like the least qualified guy to be running the Secretary of Health. Hostin called out Kennedy as the least qualified Secretary of Health in history. And Hines, obviously defending her husband, didn't care for that. She started pushing back. She mentioned other people in President Obama's cabinet, secretaries. She said President Obama's Secretary of Human Health and Services was an economist. So what does he know about medicine? And then the co-host of The View fired back with RFK Jr. He has no health background at all. No medical or scientific experience makes him qualified. And Hines said, well, what about the other guy, the economist? He had no scientific experience, no medical background. He was Secretary of Health back in the Obama era. And back and forth they went till at one point Hines said, would you let me finish? May I finish? Yeah, it got a little testy, as I guess it always does on The View. May I finish, Hines says. Houston said RFK Jr. has connected circumcision to autism. That was my favorite thing RFK Jr. has done to date. He's like, if you've been circumcised, you're getting autism. Something like that. And he said it was because you had to take pain medication. You had to take Tylenol, and Tylenol causes autism. And Hostin got into it with that. And Hines said, may I finish, please, before you start with that? And don't think, Cheryl Hines was booked on The View not to talk about her new book, but to be fodder for The View's cackling talking heads so they could get after her about RFK Jr. That was the whole reason for the booking. Oh, yeah, come on the show, promote your new book, tell us that. And meanwhile, they were laying in wait to trap her and to ask about her husband. What makes you think your husband can be the Secretary of Health? Yeah. What else was I was going to get to some Cowboy State Daily News. Oh, the animal hoarder. I want to talk about this guy. The alleged Cheyenne animal hoarder. This is not his first time. 3 years ago, he was already looked into for having pets and not treating them very well. We'll talk about the animal hoarder in the news again today, right after this quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back in a moment.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Andrew Rossi might be here. He's scheduled, but Andrew is sometimes kind of hit and miss. Makes it exciting. I don't know if he'll drop in or not. You never know with Andrew. So we'll just wait for the doorbell. Meanwhile, I do want to talk about the animal hoarder, but that story is not one of the ones receiving a lot of engagement. Some, but according to the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page, the story that's really buzzy. Remember that phrase when things used to be buzzworthy? Buzzy, today's buzzy news. That's old school now. Now it's viral, and then I don't know what the kids are calling it today. Today's buzzy story, buzzworthy, is the dude that shot this girl. 619 engagements, 88 comments, and 50 shares. I did not see this coming. Unfortunately, we live in a day and age where there's a shooting, even in little old Wyoming with population 500,000. There's a shooting or stabbing like once a week, once every couple of weeks. So a shooting, but this one for some reason is striking people a little different. This Gillette woman remains on life support after being shot in the head last week. Cowboy State Daily has the story, and people are very much engaged in this story, reading this story. And rightly so. It's a shooting. But what we're seeing on the Facebooks is, here's an example of what the general consensus is. Frank, and I purposely don't use people's last names because they didn't sign up to be on this show or be mentioned in this show, but they did sign up to comment on Facebook. So I'll use first names only is how I do it. Frank says the realities of domestic violence, and this is not yet proven to be a domestic violence. In fact, supposedly there is no romantic connection between shooter and victim here, but we'll see. It's unclear how the two even knew each other. The realities of domestic violence, Frank says, I do find it interesting that reporting by local media up here, and he's got to be talking about Gillette, perhaps the Gillette News Record, I don't know. He said was kind of soft pedaled, the reporting. It was only reported that there had been a shooting and that someone was hospitalized and someone else was jailed. That's it. And Frank says, thank you, Cowboy State Daily, for putting a real face, a fuller story on what is absolutely a tragedy. Yes, Frank, every shooting's a tragedy. And when the shootings involve a female victim and a male shooter, I, for one, am happy to put a face on things and dig a little deeper into just someone was shot, someone's in the hospital, someone's being held. Domestic violence, violence on women by men, unacceptable in any and every situation. Putting hands on, pointing guns at, sticking knives in. Always wrong. And no need to even pause for the trial, in my opinion, especially in this case. I mean, this is pretty cut and dried. A friend of the victim hears a gunshot, runs into the garage, sees a guy with a gun. I mean, this is smoking gun, literally. What is the point of a not guilty plea here? Sees a guy with a smoking gun standing over the body. Okay, now all we need is the admission, and we even get that. As the dude with the smoking gun said, I just shot her. Case closed. I wouldn't even wake the judge up for this one. No need to have any attorneys paid. No need to waste taxpayer money on paying the prosecuting attorney. And no need to have some highfalutin fancy defense attorney get a paycheck on this one either. Abida is the alleged, be careful, alleged shooter. Javier Abeda is holding the handgun in the garage over the dead butt. Well, not dead, but she's not doing well. Shot her in the head. The friend runs in. What happened? I just shot her, said Abeda. He's in Campbell County lockup. She was taken to Campbell County Health Hospital. She is Marissa Allen. The friend is Sarah Holcomb, by the way. Sarah, now, to be fair, in it, not that it matters, not that there's ever a reason you should be shot in the head, but to be fair, Marissa and Sarah both know each other because they did time in the state pen. So nobody's holier than thou here. Nobody is dressed in pure white. These are both women that did time at the women's lockup. That's how they knew each other. So they have been on the wrong side of the law. All of the above have been. I think Abeda also has a record, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I read. Police have not released details about the relationship between Abeda and Allen or a possible motive for the shooting. The friend says they were not together romantically. That's the claim of the friend. But she may not completely know the story. Supposedly, Abeda told the friend, I just shot her, and he's holding the gun. So, yeah, again, this sure sounds like a slam dunk, unless I'm really not seeing things correctly. Ellen, meanwhile, was taken to the local hospital, then transported for more intense care, and she is now basically on life support, brain dead. Abeda, two men ran from the garage toward the backyard where they heard the gunshot. One of the men encountered Abeda as he walked out of the garage. Okay, so after the friend of the victim heard the shot, saw Abeda standing over the body, he said, I just shot her. Then he runs away, or he tries to run away. Two other guys encounter him. And Abeda reportedly said, get out of my way or I'll shoot you too. Oh, okay. Incrimination continues. Abeda told the man, according to the affidavit, I shot her, I killed her, and get out of my way or I'll shoot you too. Abeda's sister, the shooter's sister, later told police that her brother has been acting paranoid and spiraling throughout the day. She took him to the hospital earlier, believing he was dehydrated from alcohol use. Apparently, the two were meeting in the garage to get together to do some meth. So, this is not a good scene any way around. Police searched the garage, recovered a bullet in the drywall, a 9mm semi-automatic, matches the gun that Abeda had in his hand. This sounds simple. Scott Schwebke has the story, and that is the buzzy story of the day. As people, I think, many people in Wyoming, as you would maybe guess, and as they should, do not like the idea of women being victims of violence at the hands of men. That does not fly in the Cowboy State, period. That is not Wyoming. Ever. And I think that's what has many people on this story. It is the story of the day for many. As this woman is just on the brink in the hospital. And the shooter, should not see the light of day ever again. That was it. One strike, you're out. Other buzzy stories, of course, is that Natrona County High School, and they had that meeting last Friday, and they would not let the trustees in the meeting. How does a superintendent bar school board trustees from a school board meeting? Matt wants to know. Yeah, so do I. It wasn't an official scheduled school board meeting. It was a special meeting to address what was going on with Turning Point chapter and the young 17-year-old senior who wanted to start. But regardless, it was an open meeting, not a school board meeting, but an open public meeting where denial of attendance was a real thing. The superintendent said, you can't be here just because the two people were on the school board. Also told Superintendent Megan Degenfelder, you can't be here either via phone. So, a public meeting. How is anyone banned from the public meeting, especially school board trustees? As I said earlier, not only should they be in attendance, they should be in a reserved seat up in the front row. And the superintendent of the school district told them they couldn't be there. I just don't get that. Angela Hensley is the super for Natrona County School District number 1. And yet another missed opportunity, a swing and miss by Natrona County High School, who already had a swing and miss when they kind of maybe told the 17-year-old senior, hey, I don't know about the Turning Point chapter here. That doesn't sound like a good idea. And oh yeah, don't talk to the press about it. Their chance to make good and fix it at this meeting was yet another stumble, another swing and miss when they tell two school board members, you can't be here at this meeting. This one's not for you. Really? Yeah. That story is also resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers. 437 engagements on Facebook, 221 comments, and 58 shares. It is a big story today and a continuing story, unfortunately, for Natrona County School District, who just can't get out of their own way at this point. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Hour 3 coming up. We'll talk to Jared Petrino about UW sports. Cowboys got a big game with the Air Force Cadets coming up this Saturday afternoon. All that and more. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. Cowboy State Daily Show. Top of the hour news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. When two Natrona County School District 1 trustees showed up for a Friday meeting over a controversy that sprung up around new Turning Point USA chapters in their district, they were told to leave. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports Superintendent Angela Hensley made it perfectly clear the school board members were not welcome.
They had been invited by Kylie Walsh, who's been at the center of a controversy and the leader of the Natrona County High School Turning Point USA America, and they just wanted them to be witnesses and observers. The superintendent directed them away from the meeting, said that they were not board trustees in that sense at that meeting, and basically asked them to leave.
The parents of Natrona County High School TPUSA student leader Kylie Wall invited the trustees to the meeting and told Cowboy State Daily they left feeling as if their concerns had not been resolved. Now, the school district issued a statement of clarity about TPUSA chapters, stating that they wanted to, quote, provide stakeholders with an understanding of processes while encouraging continued support. Speaking of Natrona County High School, the Natrona County School District meeting room was packed on Monday night with many people having an opinion on the district's controversy involving Turning Point USA Club America chapters. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that more than 20 people spoke and had 3 minutes to express their opinions, and opinions varied.
One of the themes of the night was support for the high school principal, that he does a good job. Another theme of the night was from some of the students. At least 3 of them were against the formation of a TPUSA club. They used words like homophobic. And then there was members from the TPUSA Wyoming, the president of the TPUSA Wyoming, University of Wyoming chapters came and spoke and just talked about the need for students to be able to dialogue on hard subjects.
The district school board meeting concluded with the decision that the TPUSA club can continue in Natrona County High School as long as it follows school policy. Lawmakers are starting to point fingers after Radiant Nuclear dumped Wyoming for Tennessee this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports some legislators say the state made a catastrophic mistake in not embracing the industry.
Yeah, folks like Senator Ed Cooper, who spent a lot of time getting to know this industry and promoting it and being very bullish about what it means for Wyoming's economy. Governor Gordon chimed in and really branded those that vocally opposed Radiant as Club No, that they were more interested in turning something away than developing something. And so, yeah, the feelings were raw and fresh.
Matt Wilson, a representative of Radiant Nuclear, appeared on Cowboy State Daily's radio show and told host Jake Nichols, quote, "Look, you can't have it both ways. You can't be pro-nuclear without being open to being a nuclear waste site to some degree." I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
On Monday, the Wyoming Joint Judiciary Committee advanced a bill seeking to criminalize grooming or pushing children towards sexual acts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that as drafted, it would penalize grooming offenses with harsher penalties than statutory rape itself.
This bill has been lopsided, and it remains lopsided going into the 2026 session, where you, in some cases, can face life in prison for grooming a child, which is less than, I believe in all cases, you can face for statutory rape.
The 13 members of the Legislative Joint Judiciary Committee who attended all voted in favor of sending the bill into the 2026 lawmaking session, which opens on February 9th. And we're learning more about the Laramie County man accused of hoarding more than 100 animals. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Michael O'Hearn was investigated but not convicted for similar allegations dating back to 2022.
While a lot of these cases touched on similar issues of mistreatment of animals, most, if not all of these cases were actually dismissed by prosecutors.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office reports that they found over 100 animals alive and 22 dead at O'Hearn's residence. The shelter staffers are still scrambling to feed, clean, and care for the massive influx of rescued animals. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Talk about, there's we do have the Claire. It's Shoeless Joe, Barefoot Goddess. Claire, you've got to wear shoes when you're running. Come on.
No, sure do not. I barefoot on my tread if I have to run inside. I'm barefoot. Yeah.
You have your reasoning. I read about it. Actually, you have like medical. You found out that running, Nike, Adidas, they don't know what they're doing. They can cause.
I feel like any, large company, they're finding ways to addict their consumer to their product.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'm going to get that tinfoil hat over to you pronto.
Dirty hippie on the loose.
Yeah, man. Okay, moving on. I do want to talk about this. The sister of the Sheridan cop shooter. No.
Correct.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm confused because when you're talking about the third cousin of my wife's brother, you're like, what? All right, I'm lost. Okay, yeah. I do feel for her. The lawsuit we heard, and it's very easy, knee-jerk, when you hear that the sister of the cop shooter, I mean, Nevada Krinky, we're talking about that incident a year ago, that whole thing. I mean, it's just horrible. And anybody related to or affiliated with a cop shooter. We just want to, your knee-jerk reaction is, really? You're going to file suit against the cops? Your brother killed a cop, shot him numerous times. Like, go away. But now I see, it becomes a little clearer to me what she was doing. It wasn't to bilk money out of law enforcement. She was probably getting very few answers. The brother she knew was not a cop killer. The brother she knew was somebody she had Thanksgiving dinner with. And, so there was another person there that the sister knew. And when she wanted some answers, like, my brother's dead now, I understand what happened, but I don't understand what happened. What went down? Can I get some answers? Cops were probably not willing to talk to her at all, for legal reasons, and just, your brother shot a cop. Like, pfft. But I see now, it wasn't money. You're saying, Claire, her intent was to just try to get some answers out of law enforcement. How did it happen? How did my brother get shot down?
So sorry, there's a kitten.
I got a cat in here that's chasing a mouse.
They need to not be messing with the cords, because my iPad will fall over, and you know how it is when my iPad falls over.
Look at you. You're like, Claire McFarland is actually herding cats.
Yeah, actually herding cats.
Are they new members of the family, by the way?
One of them is. He's a kitten.
Oh, okay.
So, wow, where to start? I don't favor the person, right? I favor the process. I'm in love with due process. That's my love.
Yeah.
Right. So very handy as a reporter to be in love with due process rather than attached to this person or that person or this figure, that station, that occupation. And the way the Sheridan County's top prosecutor described the shooting of Krinke was awful. It sounds devastating. Shot 5 times. Likely shot after he was actually dead and on the ground. Very just horrible. I can't imagine reading that about my loved one, or knowing that had happened to my loved one, or even watching the body camera footage. I don't know if his wife did, but as horrible as that is, when everything's chaotic and there's a standoff and there's a SWAT team and it's snowing and the whole town is ticked off and everything's going on, we don't get to, we still have processes in place. It's not the Wild West. So you have this span of like 30 hours between him shooting a cop and him fleeing the standoff house. And so in that moment, since we aren't allowed to lynch people for what they have allegedly done, until 12 of our peers agree, yeah, he did that. Then the new question for Michael Shand, the officer with the sniper rifle sitting on a RV, becomes, okay, is he an imminent threat to myself or others? And according to the top prosecutor of Sheridan County, that answer is yes. Like, yes, he's charging into residential Sheridan with a gun after having fired toward cops for hours. Yes, he is a threat. You can take him out. But those processes are in place for a reason. And, whether you agree with the way it happened or not, that those self-defense laws and our due process requirements are a safeguard against us actually lynching people. And I'm certainly not saying that's what happened here. I'm just saying a guy shooting a cop doesn't necessarily become this justification for absolutely anything else. In this case, Shand is justified. But he's justified because he was within the parameters of self-defense law, not because Lowry had killed a cop 30 hours prior. Do you see?
Yeah. But you bring it around to very much centering on Shan, the sniper who did take the shot. I have no problem with the shot.
You're thinking about the lawsuit and kind of how you want to recoil from that because of the horror of what happened to Krinke. I get you.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a lawsuit. You know, initially I see it brought by family members of the cop killer. And I'm thinking, you have no grounds. You better just go away because the whole world hates you. Your brother shot Nevada Krinky.
No.
But now I understand it. She's saying, Genevieve is saying, it's not about money. This was my brother. I don't know him as some crazed cop killer. That may have been the point of his life right at the end. And there may have been a justified shooting of my brother and the way you handled the whole SWAT thing. But that's not the guy I knew. I just want some answers. And I can assume no one was probably talking to her. And so the point of the lawsuit.
If I'm Sheridan PD and I get a request for information from a Cheyenne lawyer, I'm going to clam up so fast unless I'm legally required to hand that information over, which there is a provision in our public records law. Like if it's an active investigation, they don't got to hand it over. And so they had this whole time, they had Eileen Hurley, the shooter's mom, that her federal case ongoing where it was not yet adjudicated. She was not yet convicted of handing over guns to her felon son, guns that were involved in this incident.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not the attorney general. I don't know whether that's a fair, tangent to rope in to say that this investigation is still active. But that's my understanding is that the investigation was still active until Hurley was sentenced. And indeed, the moment Hurley was sentenced, I requested the report, and it took him a couple of days to redact it, but they were willing to hand over the report.
Yeah. Yeah, my point is just to look deeper into the story of yours, Claire McFarland. This dropped yesterday, October 14th. We learned the lawsuit is dropped by the sister of the cop shooter, Genevieve, saying it wasn't about money. It wasn't trying to sue the cop shop for killing her brother. It was about, I just want some answers and nobody's talking to me. And probably rightfully so. You mentioned the ongoing case with the mom and
This brings up people are just like made of passions and associations, I think. And I wish people would more see that we are all just souls within like this, these cogs of processes, this machinery of processes that through traditions and generations over time we have made together, but we must live within and make minor adaptive tweaks to along the way as circumstances, as principles warrants. To hinge all of your whims and your will on the strength of one person's character or another, or one movement or another, is not going to cut it, because we as a society have developed things that are supposed to keep us from destroying each other along the way.
You would make a great judge, Claire, because of your ability, to think that way. That is unique. You would make a great judge. We are all just emotional beings, but in the end, we're all the same. We all put our running shoes on one at a time. Oh, wait, maybe we don't. Well, I don't know. How about this animal hoarder dude? In some ways, I feel for animal hoarders because I think their heart is in the right place initially. When you've got two cats and you add a kitten to the household, and then a dog, and then another dog, then a turtle, then a bunny, then a goat, and then pretty soon, dude, you turn that corner, but maybe you don't recognize that you've turned the corner. But when you're living in filth and you can't feed your animals anymore, that should be a heads up, dude. You've turned that corner. You're no longer Dr. Doolittle. I don't know what you're doing, but that's not the first time for the alleged animal hoarder, we find out.
Everything about this is tenuous because he was issued 3 variations of cruelty and abuse citations back in 2022, and those were all dismissed. So we still tack allegedly onto those past cases because they were dismissed. And I can see in the file, like, the prosecutor put this request into the judge to get this dog into doggy foster care, and judge was okay with that. And so you can see maybe, I don't know, maybe they're hinging like the dismissal upon, okay, but let us get these animals to certain places. I don't know. And I'm not going to pass judgment on the guy because his current case is ongoing.
Yeah.
He has court today. And so I don't know. A lot of times what I've seen, and I'm not saying this is the case with this guy because I don't know, and everyone's being tight-lipped for some dang reason. But a lot of times in hoarder cases I have covered or known about, they discover the hoarding because the hoarder or alleged hoarder has a medical event. And so like the person will go to the hospital due to the medical event, and then the authorities are scrambling to take care of the dogs or cats or whatever. And by the time the person gets out of the hospital, all the animals aren't there. And so they're like, oh, okay, you can't walk. You spend time in the hospital. Do I really want you in my jail? And I don't know if I'm not saying that's what happened here. I'm just saying I've seen that scenario where you have hoarder cases are not straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what I wanted to ask you about last week. As soon as I read this, I'm like, oh, I wish we had Claire on today. The two Utes that walked 1.5 miles to go shoot a bow and arrow into someone they thought was messing with his sister and a pedophile. Is so weird. And shot with a bow and arrow, allegedly.
That's still allegedly, yeah.
Alleged, then shot later with a 22 in the head, alleged. BB gun. And the one dude, we have two peoples that were there, Orion and who's the other dude? Lidauer.
Orion Lidauer and Orion Schlesinger, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I don't know. If we do soften the G, if it's Latin or if it's Germanic, I don't know.
So Orion, the 19-year-old has worked out a plea deal. And he said all along, Orion, if I got the guys right, Lidauer, what's Lidauer's first name?
Rowan. That's one of the specs. I like his specs.
Oh, right. Sandy. Oh, they seem like madman specs to me, allegedly, but okay. Orion has said all along, look, I was just along for the ride. This guy did everything. He supposedly put hands on everything. It was him on the bow, him on the guy. I was just there and I didn't have nothing to do with it. He said that from the beginning, and then he's the one that gets the plea deal. I'm wondering whether if you're prosecuting, if you're on the sublet county side of things and you do a plea deal with one of the dudes, does that risk having then Rowan Lidauer say, oh, you made a deal with him, he did everything, and he went and copped the deal. He's the does that open the door for Rowan to have any kind of defense?
No, juries aren't supposed to consider the other case. Really, obviously the evidence about the other dude being there will come up at trial, but they're not supposed to be focused on maybe. I don't know. I guess you do see finger pointing at trial. I should back up. You do see finger pointing at trial. So I guess they do consider.
So, I mean,
where am I going?
Prior to trial, what the investigators will do is they're going to interview both of them separately. That's a classic. And they're going to say, Rowan, who did the shooting? They're going to say, Orion, who did the shooting? And they're going to find out, and each will try to throw each other under the bus. Then all of a sudden you find out one guy is singing, as they say, and he gets a plea deal, and the other guy's got to face the whole rap. His defense attorney is going to say that other guy got a sweet deal. He's the one who did it.
I don't know, because I don't know the answer to that. All of that's lots of interlocking hypotheticals. I do know that, what did I write? 54 years is the minimum in this plea deal. If that's the offer, I'm going to trial.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what Lidauer will do. I'm just saying, if that's the offer to me, I'm gonna take my chances. I'm gonna try this.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, 54 years.
He's pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness, as well as not guilty. You can furnish both.
Yeah.
You can advance both pleas in Wyoming. But so that mental illness plea is different. Normally, the state has a burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you done it. But with the mental illness plea, becomes your job. So now you're the bringer of You're the bringer of a claim, right? It's your job now to prove that it's more likely than not that you were too mentally out of it to rationalize your conduct or conform it to the law, right? And even though now it's your job to thrust that claim upon the jury, your odds do improve slightly just under the standard of evidence, right? Your odds, well, actually, no, your odds are tougher because beyond a reasonable doubt is like the state has to prove like 99%, but NGMI is like you have to prove like 51%. I don't know. I'm not a mathematician, but there's just different standards to consider. So whatever you think the jury is likely to go for, you should pursue that strategy.
One last story. If you think, I think the story is worth fleshing out a little, if you do as well. Wyoming panel advances a grooming bill with tougher penalties than actual statutory rape. If you coax somebody, push somebody, groom some children towards sexual acts, punishment should be hefty. This bill is also poorly written. What do you make of this?
It's not well written. It needs a lot of work. There was, so Senator John Kolb was like, my county attorney says we need this. And so they're in Sweetwater County. That office did have a case where you could pretty much objectively say it was grooming. And in this case, the state was fortunate, if you view it that way, depending where you're coming from, but state was fortunate in finding a way to apply our, child sexual exploitation law to it. Usually a law that we use for child pornography. The state found a way to fit that to this particular crime, but I suspect not without some like, I think I can go for this. Jury did go for it, but I think it was probably like, whew, when they did get the conviction.
Right.
And so in that case, you had a guy who was like encouraging this child to like have sexual encounters with other children and do these highly sexual things. And by the time that lands in your lap as a prosecutor or as an investigator, the physical evidence usually is gone. But the evidence of the grooming remains, right? The texts are there or the whatever. And so that's, I think, where the law and order side of this issue really wants that bill, is because they can possibly prosecute a rape case when the rape evidence is gone.
Yeah, and the option should be there to prosecute pretty heavy on something like, I don't like that kind of thing, and you should have every tool in the toolbox. Although we always seem to have a law for stuff, like reckless driving covers a lot of stuff, yet we have to make little laws that exactly point at something you did wrong. Gives them something to do in Cheyenne every year. And there goes Claire. Cowboy State Daily show with Jake continues. Claire's got to get on an editorial meeting, I know. Hey, we'll continue the conversation on this Wednesday. More coming up right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got slapped.
Oh. Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that.
seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Wednesday. Moving along. We got This Day in History coming up. First, I do want to mention the commentary regarding Natrona County School District, that meeting, the whole Turning Point chapter thing. We've talked a lot about it this morning. We've discussed it ad nauseum, really. A lot of people defending the principal. I think that's noteworthy. And I have said from the beginning, I think the principal was just hesitant regarding the club, knowing that it is a controversial movement, Turning Point. I had no idea how controversial it is. The superintendent denying people admission to the meeting is kind of hinky. But I do not have a good read of the room here. Usually I always have an opinion. That's why they gave me a radio show. But I usually like to think I have a good sense of the room, like the ability to read a room. I want to say like that's in my skill set. But regarding Turning Point USA, I think I may have a blind spot. I don't claim to know everything about this group and this movement. I don't claim to know everything. I've seen, maybe like many people, I've seen a few snippets of Charlie Kirk doing his sit down, talk to me, let's dialogue, let's have it out. And that's about it. And their message, I believe, is pretty much pro-Christian. But I'm continually surprised by how many people do not like Turning Point. And I mean hate Turning Point. And I'm seeing it in the comment section. Calling the group Toilet Paper USA, TPUSA, Toilet Paper USA, calling them racist, fascist. They believe women should be barefoot and pregnant, anti-civil right, like FUCK Turning Point, says one commenter. Surprising amount of people that are anti-Turning Point. I didn't think there were that many informed people that even know Turning Point, even know the message well enough to comment, and maybe they're not up to date, but they certainly have an opinion. And it is as black and white as politics today. It's right or wrong. It's Democrat or Republican. It's turning point or not. Either you're with them and you want to start a chapter in the high school, or you're against them and you want to take up arms. That's crazy. I had no idea it was that white supremacists they're being called. Turning Point USA, their agenda is to cry discrimination at every turn and give the illusion that white conservatives are the real victims. Poor babies, one of the commenters said. A lot of anti-Turning Point sentiment and venom, when again, I don't think that's the main issue. Substitute Turning Point chapter club. Substitute that with the bowling club. I want to start a lesbian bowling club at Natrona County High School. Should the principal throw up roadblocks at all? Should anyone be tearing down your posters? Should you be allowed to start the club in a correct fashion according to the school's rules? I'm thinking a lesbian bowling club would have an easier path to completion, paperwork all done, and here's the club. We got a meeting this Tuesday. I think it'd be easier at Natrona County High School, or any high school in America at this point, than it would be to start a Turning Point chapter club. Degree of difficulty, TPUSA club, much higher than here's my LGBTQ bowling team. We're only allowing gay women on this bowling team. Can we start this club? Oh, sure. That's rubber stamped today. Turning Point. Let's have a special meeting, and let's not let the school board members attend. I didn't know. So I stand more informed now than I was. There are a lot of people who do not care for the Turning Point message. Venomously so. It is totally your right to, and I appreciate your opinion when you say Turning Point is this and this and this, and some of it is rhetorically vicious, but I hope all of this stops short of, again, taking up arms. That's never a way to solve anything. Yeah, that's kind of eye-opening for me. Jared Petrino will be on here to refresh the palate. We can talk about sports, thank goodness, instead of all this political stuff. It was not my intention to get that deep in it. This day in history, do we have time to do that before Jared's on? Yeah, we do. Let's do it quick. This day in history is October 15th. 1887, mail service was discontinued between South Pass City and Lander on this day in 1887. I don't know why. I don't know what that means, but I didn't dig into it. I did dig into another story, though. You're going to love this. 1943, this day, Cheyenne chapter of American War Dads is founded. Speaking of clubs and chapters and movements, I wonder if that received any kind of resistance. Cheyenne chapter of American War Dads, founded in 1943 this day. 1962 on this day, construction firm Morrison Knudsen won a contract to construct 200 Minuteman silos over an 8,300 square mile area of Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado. That would eventually give us our Minuteman silos at F.E. Warren Air Force Base. 1966, this day, Bighorn Canyon National Recreation Area was established by Congress. South Pass, on this day in 1966, added to the National Registry of Historic Places. On October 15th, 1984, Queen Elizabeth II in all her royalty visited Wyoming. She was here to see her cousins, the Wallops, and on their ranch in Sheridan, this day, 1984. In 1991, Verda James died at the age of 90. Verda was the first female Speaker of the House in Wyoming's legislature. She was born in Ontario, grew up in Iowa. She was also an educator. Elementary school teacher in Casper is named for her. Verda James died this day at age 90 in 1991. 2004 this day, federal court rejects President Clinton's 2001 ban on snowmobiles in Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Parks. October 15th, 2015, Lois Layton, well-known Wyoming bird conservationist, passed away at the age of 92. And in the headlines in newspapers today, October 15th, in one headline in particular, somebody named Mrs. Charlie Chaplin and her bid to be in the flying trip. Remember, we talked not long ago about the flying race that had a crash. One of the pilots crashed his plane and died. In 1919, flying was like still a novel concept, and there was this flying race that was being held, and it was in the headlines in all the Wyoming papers, including Mrs. Charlie Chaplin, who said, I want to be in the flying race. That made headlines in Wyoming papers because at that time, Mrs. Charlie Chaplin was, everybody knew she was a Cheyenne native. Harris is her given name. She was married briefly to Charlie Chaplin, which is super. She was really young. She's a fascinating woman. There are some people who say her name was Mildred Harris. Some say she tricked Charlie Chaplin into marrying her. She was a Cheyenne-born native. She moved to Hollywood and was in some B-bit roles in silent films. So that's obviously how she met Charlie Chaplin. She was 17 years old at the time they met, and some say she told Charlie Chaplin that she was pregnant with his child, and faked it in order to get a marriage. Charlie married her. They had the kid. The kid lived like 3 days and died. And then Charlie Chaplin divorced her. Now, this would not be Charlie Chaplin's first time he would date and marry young women. Chaplin's next wife was Lolita McMurray. She was 16 years old when they started dating. Chaplin was 36. The marriage would not last long either. Paulette Goddard was Chaplin's next wife. She was in her early 20s. That marriage didn't last long either. And then finally, Charlie Chaplin romanced and married Una O'Neill. She was 17-year-old at the time they started dating. Married when she was 18. Chaplin was 54. That would be his final wife. They stayed together till Chaplin's death at age 73. But Charlie Chaplin, with a history of dating and marrying teenagers, 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And the first was this Cheyenne lady, Mildred Harris, who she had a very interesting life post Charlie Chaplin. She had a tough time adjusting to talkies, as they say, and her film career kind of fizzled out, and she had a disappointing life, died at the age of 42 in Hollywood. She is interred in the Hollywood Forever Cemetery, which is another really neat story, interesting thing. Short-lived marriage with Charlie Chaplin for this Cheyenne native who on this day in history was on the front pages of Wyoming newspapers for wanting to be part of the flying race that was going on. It's just so interesting how history weaves its way around. Look up Mildred Harris and Charlie Chaplin and all that stuff. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Jared Petrino will be on here in just a moment right after these.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Wednesday, so that means Jared Petrino's here. We're here to talk some brown and gold. Cowboys, big win, comeback win, 21 unanswered points to topple San Jose State, 35-28 the final there. Caden Anderson had a good game. I think, Jared, maybe Caden is one of those guys, like they say in hockey, he's like a goalie that needs to see a lot of rubber. I think he's a guy that needs to chuck it a lot. He's never going to be a game manager who, he's 12 of 18 for 150 yards. Like, he needs reps. He needs to chuck it because he doesn't start heating up till the second half.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I don't know if it's just him getting used to what the defense is doing or not, but he definitely, it's been the last couple of weeks, it's been time for him to warm up and taking him some time. But the cool thing is he's got there's been 2 weeks in a row where he's got 10 plus receivers with completions, which is pretty cool.
Yes, he spread it around. I love to see that. Caden was 23 of 39, 304 yards, couple of TD throws, and he spread the ball around. What does that mean, Jared? I mean, for the quarterback, for the offensive coordinator, does that say he's going through his progressions? He's finding the open guy? What does that say for receivers, knowing that they're in play on any given play, whether that one's designed for them or not? I don't know. What does it mean to have a lot of different guys catch the football?
Yeah, I think it means that he's processing. He's going through he's reading it. It doesn't matter who's at that position. He's throwing the ball where it needs to go. They used to say plays aren't designed to go to a certain player. The defense decides what player that ball goes to based on what they're doing. So, yeah, I think that's really, really neat. And one thing I've noticed with Javon Bonite, the receivers coach, he's rolling a lot of receivers in and out. They're subbing a lot and getting a lot of guys out there and staying fresh, and that's really cool to see also.
In some ways that can inhibit a quarterback because they do develop some timing with certain guys. They got guys they trust. They have a go-to guy. As we're finding, with the grandpa Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills, that everybody eats motto sometimes means everybody starves. If you don't have a go-to WR1, that could be a problem. But I like that Caden, he's a sophomore, right?
Correct.
I love the idea that he doesn't have anyone favorite, no matter who's there, next man up, and he is getting the ball to people. Wait, this kid's got 2 years after this where I think he's going to develop.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And I think if things keep rolling and keep moving along and this core unit stays together, I honestly don't know, besides the 2 tight ends, how many seniors are actually on the field. Yeah, O-line and I think J-Mike, who really hasn't been playing, and he should be back this week. But really, other than that, they're all underclassmen.
That's exciting for the future. The defense, I think they're playing well. They had 9 tackles for losses against San Jose State. That's a good sign. That's aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it took them a while to kind of get their bearings a little bit. I think San Jose, that especially number 10, he was pretty, obviously 4 touchdowns in the first half.
Oh man.
But I think, they settled in, and they gave up 28 there in the first, 18 minutes of the game. And then they shut them out the rest of the game. And I know you can say, oh, the quarterback got hurt. Well, yeah, there's a reason why the quarterback got hurt, because we hit him.
Yeah.
And that, and he tried to come back in later in the game, but at the same time, I thought they hunkered down and made plays, and no bigger play than that pick 6 that really kind of got the comeback, kind of lit the fire a little bit.
Yeah, fans don't mind coming from behind 21 unanswered. Fans don't mind a team that can, win it late. But boy, that makes coaches nervous. It's a fun Hollywood story to be that boxer that doesn't start fighting until they're bloodied, until they're punched in the mouth. But it's nervous times for Coach Savell, man. The Cowboys have still got to come out playing, because they're against the team this Saturday that can put up points in a hurry, man. If there's one thing Air Force can do, that's score. And you can't dig too big a hole with these guys coming up.
No, you can't, because they'll sit on the ball and they'll run the clock out and obviously be efficient with that. So the one thing that's unique this week is the first time I've never seen Air Force averaging 240 yards at passing. It's crazy that they've been explosive through the pass game this year. Now, a little bit has to do, I think, a little bit with playing from behind a couple games and having to throw the ball, but they have the ability to do it. They've shown that, and it's back-to-back weeks where they've scored 40+ points. So it's, they're definitely putting up points on offense. So it's going to be a big challenge for that defense. Every week's a challenge, but this week's always a little bit different because it's a whole new scheme that you have to prepare for. And yeah, it's going to be a challenge for them, especially down there in Colorado Springs.
I did want to ask you that as a coach, that has got to be so difficult. I wish you had the bye week going into an Air Force game, because yes, you're where most of the time you're scheming to see an offense that's traditional spread offense, drop back pass kind of thing. And all of a sudden you play Air Force, they're running that wishbone, they're trying to get around the corner, and now you add passing to that. Oh my goodness, you have to have such defensive discipline, and you really got to be ready for this kind of offense. Nobody has been this season. We've seen it. It's not that Air Force is that great. They're 1-5, 0-4 in conference, but they're scoring, they're gobbling up yards, and they're doing it because most defenses don't see an offense like this. Is it important to be like, how much game film do you need to do? How much in the film room do you need to do in a week leading up to the cadets?
Yeah, it's a lot. And one thing I know that they do down there is they will do an Air Force week during spring football. They'll do an Air Force week they'll do Air Force practices during fall camp. So when they come to the game week, it's all not foreign to them. They have like an idea. The kids know the verbiage, what they want to play. Now, you play them early, that really helps. But if you play them, it's been a little bit. They've changed a little bit schematically as far as being able to throw the ball a little bit this year. So there's a little bit of addition to that. But at least there's the base work and the groundwork's been laid with practices in the spring and then practices that they dedicate during August for Air Force Week specifically.
If you're looking for positives, Jared, both the common opponents for both these teams, UNLV. It was a track meet with Air Force and UNLV just last weekend, a real shootout. The Cowboys, by the way, held UNLV to 255 total yards from scrimmage and really played well defensively against this team. So if you can do the comparison there, I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to, as coaches always say, you don't want to compare scores and stuff like that. But I think a little bit has to do. It shows that UNLV was able to do something to Air Force that they couldn't do against us. They couldn't move the ball. They couldn't. We spotted them 14 points in the special teams, and so you really think about it, we held them to 17 points, right? So, and I think that should allow some confidence for our offense, knowing that they can go down there and score some points, which I think would be a huge shot in the arm for us moving forward. I'm hoping that we can catch some momentum off that second or really the fourth quarter of last week and bring it into this week, and maybe some kids have some confidence moving forward. But yeah, it's got to be. And I think UNLV, I always find a good comparison when there's a new staff playing Air Force that's never played Air Force before. You always see them struggle against Air Force early on because they used to never have to. They don't have to. They're not familiar with it. Let me just say that. It's so new. And I think maybe UNLV may have ran into that last week, giving up 40, 48 points, 49 points, whatever it was. And, but yeah, I think that was, that showed, I think, a little bit. So I think we have a better idea defensively what they're going to do. And our guys are kind of a little bit more honed in and a lot of guys have played against them. So I think that's going to be a benefit for us.
Let me ask you on that note, a lot of guys have played against them. This, the first road conference game for the Cowboys, if you look at the all-time matchup between these teams, Air Force leads the all-time series 31-20. It's pretty close, but the Cowboys won 31-19 last season in Laramie. They have the last road win in the series against this team, 28-14, going back to 2017 in Falcon Stadium. Do those things mean anything when you talk about all-time matchups or what we did against them last year and the year before, or is this a whole new room when you're in the Cowboy locker room?
Yeah, I think it's new every year. You never last week doesn't mean anything. Last year doesn't mean anything. It's all about what happens this Saturday, this week in preparation, and this Saturday. And I think, you can maybe go on that. To be honest with you, it's kind of like flipping the script. Last year, we were struggling. They came into our house and we got a big win early on in the season to kind of help us out, kind of stop the bleeding right at home. Well, they're kind of thinking the same way. Hey, we got Wyoming coming into town. This is a good chance for us to stop the bleeding. So I'm sure they're looking at it from the opposite lens as what we were last year in the 2025 season, 2024 season.
We're talking to Jared Petrino. Two more things. So the defense is going to have their challenges for the Pokes, but the offense should cruise. Oh, my goodness. This Air Force defense is just flat out bad. They allow almost 500 yards a game, 40 points a game. We should, if there was ever time to get our offense going, we should feast on them.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. I hope we can get out, start early, start fast. They're it's and be able to move the football and win the time. If you can win the time of possession against Air Force, you got a great chance of winning the game, because that's one of their check marks they want to have every Saturday. So if we can move the ball, put points on the board, be great in the red zone, be great in situational football, that's going to be huge for us in keeping that defense off the field, because your best defense is your offense on the field. So those guys being able to move the chains and put points up on the board and make them make them not have to play with their whole playbook. When you can make a team play with just part of their playbook because they're trailing or down, that's going to be a huge benefit for the defense.
And one last thing, Jared, mark this, archive this show just in case. I hope not. Deion DeBlanc, this freshman is starting to make that punt return is fantastic. He looks good as a wideout. He had interest from Arkansas, Arizona State, Oregon, Houston. He chose Sauvel and Laramie because he said the Cowboys believed in him, and he really feels at home here. He says that now. I hope he doesn't get in a portal in the future. But Deion, man, we love you too.
Yeah, absolutely. And we gotta be able to, now you have to cherish what you have at the time, right? Because you don't know what's going to be in the future. So you continue to see growth. And one thing I thought was really, really awesome was, he had the big punt return, and we talked about punt return and how he could be explosive there. And then he had the muffed kick in the second half.
Yeah.
At a really crucial time, but then the defense made a big stop and got the sack fumble, and then on the drive where Charlie Conan ties up the game, he makes a huge 4th and 5 conversion. So being able to bounce back, and besides winning the game and just those little moments that happened in that fourth quarter of playing complementary football and having each other's back on offense and defense and special teams, I hope that just kind of triggers some type of a culture that keeps continuing to grow and keeps continuing to blossom as we keep moving forward in this season.
And by the way, Deion did say that after the muff punt, Sauvel and the coaching staff, they didn't get on him. They said, man, keep your head in the game. Everybody drops one. We need you later. And that kind of stuff paid off. The defense picked him up, and he did respond positively. So that's good. 1:30 Saturday, CBS. Cowboys visit Air Force. Bet the over. We'll see you next week, Jared.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's take a news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A group of Wyoming ranchers is building a massive carbon storage project on their land. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the project aims to store carbon dioxide underground, creating new income as well as supporting the local economy.
What they do is they take the carbon dioxide, they inject it into the well, and then it helps boost production at the end of the well's life, kind of extending that out in a very economic way. I think of it as like a garage where you would park your carbon dioxide, right? It's a big garage, 102,000 acres worth of land here with 20 ranchers banding together to create this project.
The process is called Enhanced Oil Recovery, or EOR, and the technique of injecting carbon dioxide into wells that have the right chemistry can help squeeze more oil and gas out of them, boosting overall economic output. A Gillette woman remains on life support after being shot in the head last week. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that police are saying Javier Abeda allegedly admitted to a witness that he shot Marissa Allen.
Gillette police went to a home on O. Henry Drive and responded to the residents. They opened up the garage and then they found the victim. Shortly after that, a man, the alleged shooter, he dropped the handgun that he was carrying that he used as a murder weapon, allegedly according to court documents.
Abeda was arrested and has been charged with 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder and aggravated assault and battery. He remains in the Campbell County Detention Center. Allen is currently in a Colorado hospital, reportedly brain dead. The sister of a man who was killed after fatally shooting a Sheridan police officer last year has dropped her lawsuit against law enforcement. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Genevieve Lowry's lawsuit was never about money, but about unearthing answers about her brother's death.
That lawsuit complaint voiced all these concerns that she couldn't get documents, she couldn't get reports regarding what happened to her brother, what happened during that standoff. They had gotten the DCI report and they were told that there wasn't body camera footage of the actual shooting in which her brother died. And so she basically said, like, this could happen to anyone and I really wanted this documentation, and now that I've gotten it, I'm dropping my lawsuit.
Lowry went on to tell Cowboy State Daily that the information didn't answer all of her questions. It also brought her a tremendous amount of sadness. I'll be back with more news right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Lawmakers are starting to point fingers after Radiant Nuclear dumped Wyoming for Tennessee earlier this week. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports some legislators say the state made a catastrophic mistake in not embracing the industry.
You have folks like Senator Ed Cooper, who spent a lot of time getting to know this industry and promoting it and being very bullish about what it means for Wyoming's economy. Governor Gordon chimed in and really branded those that vocally opposed Radiant as Club No, that they were more interested in turning something away than developing something. And so, yeah, the feelings were raw and fresh.
Matt Wilson, a representative of Radiant Nuclear, appeared on Cowboy State Daily's radio show and told host Jake Nichols, quote, "Look, you can't have it both ways. You can't be pro-nuclear without being open to being a nuclear waste site to some degree." The Natrona County School District meeting room was packed on Monday night, with many people having an opinion on the district's controversy involving Turning Point USA Club America chapters. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that more than 20 people spoke and had 3 minutes to express their opinions, and opinions varied.
One of the themes of the night was support for the high school principal, that he does a good job. Another theme of the night was from some of the students. At least 3 of them were against the formation of a TPUSA club. They used words like homophobic. And then there was members from the TPUSA Wyoming chapters came and spoke and just talked about the need for students to be able to dialogue on hard subjects.
The district school board meeting concluded with the decision that the TPUSA club can continue in Natrona County High School as long as it follows school policy. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, remind me about that party.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Stories we're looking at that are buzzing on Facebook a little bit. How about this 46-year-old Casper man entered a not guilty plea? You know what they should do is, if you want to enter a not guilty plea, if you want to take that gamble, when you're found with a smoking gun, literally standing over the body, and you say, "I shot her," and you're holding the gun, and there are witnesses, and somehow you plead, and that's not the case I'm talking about, by the way. This is the dude that set like more than a dozen fires in Casper over the summer. He set fires every time his rent was due. He has already admitted to setting the fires. It's the dang justice system. There are too many options for the criminals, man. I mean, I understand that if just one person is hung wrongly, if there's just one case of somebody who's in prison wrongly, then that's reason to have all these safeguards. Yeah, I get that, but sometimes we err too far on the other side, where it seems the accused is offered every opportunity and every advantage. And this whole, I've already admitted to doing it. It's got to be so frustrating for cops. Cops know you did it. They're the ones who handcuffed you at the scene. Dead body, dude with the gun, dude saying, I did it. Oh, by the way, we got to read you your Mirandas. I mean, there is no one else at the scene. It's not like a mistaken identity, your twin brother. This is not a Hardy Boys book. This is not NCIS where suddenly it's revealed in the final 5 minutes that it was some other guy we missed. A second shooter on the knoll. No. This is usually pretty easy. 99% is pretty easy. The dude standing over the body with the smoking gun is your shooter. That's your killer. And then the cops make a good arrest. To trial it goes. And then you see a guy plead not guilty. And the cop has got to be like, you're kidding. Not guilty. And then a plea deal is made where instead of going to trial and getting convicted by your peers, instead of your peers saying, you know what, we believe the police officer that arrested you. We believe the story. We believe everything. You're standing over the body with a gun and your admission that you did it despite being before you were read your rights. Taking all that into account, guilty. Instead of that, you get some half-baked plea deal because some guys pleaded not guilty. I think if you plead not guilty, that should be, you should get double the punishment when you're convicted. If you want to take that gamble, because that's everybody pleads not guilty. I mean, while your blood is on your hands and the knife is in the body and your hand is on it, you're pleading not guilty. That's because your lawyer told you to plead not guilty because there might be an out. We might be able to find you a way. I might be able to get a plea deal. I might be able to get insanity. I might be able to get something. We could blame it on someone else. It was the other guy. If you plead not guilty in these obvious cases and you're proven guilty, it should be double. That should be your gamble. There should be consequences to pleading not guilty. It should come with a little bit of a gamble. You got to have a dog in the fight. You got to have skin in the game. You want to plead not guilty? Okay. Double, when it's all done and the judge says 15 years, it should go double to 30. In cases like this anyway, this Looney Tune who sets fires because he says he gets emotional. He hates landlords. So do I, dude, but I don't set fires. He hates these slumlords. And whenever rent is due, the only way he can deal with it emotionally, these are his words, not mine. The only way he can deal with it is to set a fire. This crackpot needs to be in a cage. 46-year-old Casperman allegedly he lives in a motel, the Yellowstone Motel. At least that was his last known address. It's a building used by homeless people. He's accused of setting at least 13 fires in the Casper area. Police say the Casper man told investigators that anger leads him to commit arson. Dallas Smith stood beside his attorney, Dylan Rosales. Dylan whispered in the ear of Dallas, theoretically. I'm going through my imaginary scenario. You want to plead not guilty here. When the judge says, how do you plead? I know you already said you did it. And I know you did it. We all know you did it. But you want to be certain about this. You want to plead not guilty. You got it? Dallas nods. And Judge Kerry Johnson said, how do you plead on these 13 counts of arson? 2 first-degree arson charges, 1 third-degree, 10 counts of fourth-degree. How do you plead? Mr. Smith, not guilty, Your Honor. He should get double when they find out. Now dogs are involved, so I feel a little bit bad. The attorney said he wanted to reduce the $30,000 cash bond. This guy ain't never going to come up with 30 grand. I mean, he could barely make rent every month and eventually could not, and eventually was squatting in a hotel. But he does have 2 dogs he cares about. It's not the dog's fault. And the attorney, tugging on the judge's heartstrings, says $30,000 is kind of steep. Can we get that down a little, because he's got 2 dogs he's concerned about. He's very attached to them and he wants to get out. The judge didn't fall for it, although I might have. Whenever dogs are involved. Your Honor, my client, while he was picked up with a matchbook in one pocket and a fire starter and gasoline in the other, he does have a couple of dogs. And that, can we get him out on reduced bond? The judge didn't go for it. Natrona County Chief Deputy District Attorney, wow, that's a mouthful. Natrona County Chief Deputy District Attorney Blaine Nelson, he's the prosecutor. He argued that additional charges may be coming and that Smith has already admitted that he, quote, sees red. And that sees red. Oh, when he sees red. Okay. Smith is already, Dallas Smith, the accused, says that he gets very angry around rent time, especially when the landlord comes and says, where's the rent? And when he sees red, he starts fires. In the words of Dallas Smith, allegedly. Smith has picked up, let's see, there's fires on July 2nd. There's fires on May 19th. Fire department is dispatched to the Red and White Cafe. Fire started by an accused homeless man. No cause determined. July 3rd, Casper Fire Department responds to 6 different fires. When the cops do pick up Dallas Smith, he makes the statement about slumlords, saying they were bigoted, saying that they make him mad. He sees red. When he sees red, he starts a fire. He even said dry leaves make good kindling. What more do you want? Supposedly, he said dry leaves do a lot when he was picked up after yet more fires. On August 29th, Smith was again questioned by police, admitted to starting 2 fires on that day, stating that, quote, dry leaves do a lot. He also was asked by another fire, and Smith allegedly said, how many more fires are you going to ask me about? Because I told you I'm responsible. Assuming he was Miranda'd correctly, I don't know why we're wasting a lot of time here. I don't even know why you take a not guilty plea. But again, this brings up my new era where from now on, you want to plead not guilty to slam dunk cases and waste everybody's time. You're getting double what the sentence is. We're going to double down on that, right? You want to push your chips into the pot. Get ready to pay. Get ready to lose it all. Double or nothing. You want to plead not guilty. 13 arson fires. When the gavel comes down and you get cumulative charges carry a potential max of 55 years in prison. It seems to me that would be the best place for Dallas Smith because he's had trouble finding a home, trouble making rent, and that causes him to start fires. Well, we got a rent-free situation for you for as long as you want to keep breathing. 55 years max in prison. When the gavel comes down on that, double, 110. If you plead not guilty. You're wasting our time. There's Dallas. A more upstanding Casper citizen will be hard to find. Dallas Smith, accused of starting 13 fires in the Casper area, has entered a plea of not guilty. Dale Killingbeck has the story of the Cowboy State Daily, sparking my idea that you should have your sentence doubled if you're proven guilty after a silly plea of not guilty. The hot carbon market is boosting these Wyoming ranchers to get into carbon capture on their own. We heard President Trump say carbon capture is a fallacy, doesn't want anything to do with it. Many projects have been scrapped concerning carbon capture. Yet, it does perhaps have a home in Wyoming because of geography. Or geology, or one of those geo words. Renee Jean said, Wyoming is very well suited to store carbon underground, carbon dioxide underground. These couple of ranchers are going to do it privately. There's the mouse running around in the house that the cat did not finish off. Oh, boy. The Trump administration has not been a fan of carbon capture. Injecting carbon dioxide into wells that have the right chemistry does help squeeze more oil and gas out of them, but the carbon capture in general, enhanced oil recovery, EOR, that is a technique. It's used in Wyoming, and it's kind of along the lines, the same technique of storing carbon dioxide, carbon capture, underground. Meriden Carbon was formed by a group of about 20 Wyoming ranchers, including Rowdy Pesh, who owns the C.B. Irwin Ranch. And this project has been shortlisted by the Department of Energy. DOE is okay with it for about $9 million in funding during the Biden administration. Now, does that money go away under Trump? So far, it has not. $9 million earmarked towards this Meriden project in Wyoming under Biden. Meanwhile, Trump takes over and says this carbon capture stuff is nonsense, but he has not suspended the money going to this project. Not yet. Federal funding has been on hold since the Trump administration came on board, said Wyoming landowner Jeff Coomer, who is also Meriden CEO. But recent news out of DOE is they canceled several $1 billion worth of projects like ours, Coomer says, but ours is not on that list. I think there's a reason for that, Coomer says. I think the reason is the state of Wyoming and projects like ours will move forward. And there's optimism there that carbon capture could happen on this private land. 20 ranchers gotten together, and Renee Jean, and only the way Renee can do, explains why carbon capture works in Wyoming. The geology is just right, she says. These deep underground reservoirs that have locked oil and gas reserves away for millions of years are the same reasons why you can inject carbon into them, carbon dioxide, and it'll keep it from escaping. The impermeable layer of rock in this area and other areas of Wyoming can act as a lid to keep carbon dioxide from escaping. Renee Jean said, our geology makes it work, makes good sense, but is there a future for this project? Still have to wait and see. Good story from Renee Jean of the Cowboy State Daily today. More stories coming up, more stuff coming up. We're also going to rodeo here in just a minute. Let's take our first break of the final hour on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
If you've been following the Mark Sanchez stabbing case, Mark Sanchez, former quarterback for the New York Jets, and then parlayed that career into a current job. As far as I know, he still has this job. The 38-year-old is an analyst on the broadcast team for Fox when they do football games. Fox has not yet officially fired him, although I don't know how he's hanging on to that gig. He's not going to return to it anytime soon. He's going to be on trial for stabbing a truck driver. You heard about this bizarre incident where Sanchez was allegedly quite inebriated, had an issue with a truck driver, and came to blows. The truck driver tried to pepper spray him. That didn't stop Sanchez, who was out of his mind, allegedly, and started beating up the truck driver, who also produced a knife after the pepper spray. But it was Sanchez who got a hold of the knife. Apparently, the truck driver got one good stab in, at least, because Sanchez was hospitalized with serious injuries. Then the knife turned against the truck driver, and he got stabbed a whole bunch of times, allegedly. Well, he was stabbed. That ain't alleged. He's sitting in the hospital bed right now. 69-year-old Perry Toll, the truck driver, he's got stab wounds all over him. So does Sam. Two guys all stabbed up in a back alley. I mean, this is the kind of behavior sounds like Baltimore. This happened in Indianapolis. Yeah, this sounds like the shenanigans that go on between gangs and meth addicts. It's just surprising when it goes on between a presumably regular old blue-collar guy who's just driving truck and he's trying to pick up some grease at the Westin Indianapolis Hotel, and he encounters a former football player, a pretty noteworthy football player who is currently part of the Fox Sports broadcast crew. It's the people involved that make this story just bizarro. Again, a back alley stabbing where two dudes get stabbed. That's every day in Indianapolis. That's every day in New York, Chicago, whatever. But when these people are involved, that's weird. Then you got Mark Sanchez's ex coming forward saying she's not surprised. Ooh. I forget her name. Mark Sanchez's baby mama had a baby with Sanchez, was with him way back in the day. She's like, I'm not surprised to hear this happen. Really? What do we not know about Mark Sanchez, the quarterback for the Jets, other than he was a crappy quarterback on a crappy team? What do we not know about this dude? Sanchez is going to go to trial for stabbing the truck driver. And the latest news in this case from the New York Post sports section, Jenna Limoncelli has news that another judge has been assigned to preside over the criminal case after the first judge has recused herself. And I'm not sure why, other than maybe she is a New York Jets fan. Did she make the announcement while wearing a green ball cap? I don't know. The first judge did not give reason. She didn't elaborate, just recused herself from the case. And now we got another judge that's going to preside. And Mark Sanchez, more answers are surely forthcoming. Why a former NFL quarterback of some fame and notoriety should be drunk in a back alley stabbing people. Allegedly. So weird. Police chief, a former cop, and an emergency coordinator have emerged as the finalists to be sheriff of Platte County. Jackson Walker has this story. The Platte County Republican Party chose 3 finalists Monday to be the next county sheriff. The county commission now makes the call. Who are they going to pick? And this is all because the Platte County sheriff previous announced abruptly his retirement or his resignation. He's too young to retire. He's still a pretty young guy. The resignation from Russell was the guy, right? Yeah, because he was in the news going back to 2020. We'll talk about that in a moment. Platte County Sheriff David Russell announced his resignation kind of out of the blue. It surprised everybody. Nobody saw it coming. And his last day on the job was the end of September. So this position as Platte County Sheriff has gone unfilled for more than 2 weeks now. How it works is David Russell, sheriff of Platte County, was a elected Republican sheriff. It is a partisan position. So the GOP, the County GOP has to nominate 3 of their best guys. They are as follows: Guernsey Police Chief Jay Harrison, Platte County Emergency Management Coordinator Tony Krotz, and former law enforcement officer Curtis Holfruck. They'll go before the Platte County Commissioners and plead their case who gets to be the next sheriff. All 3 say the Republicans are worthy of the post. We'll see who gets it. More importantly, the story is, why did Russell just resign? And you may recall, if you're following news around the Wheatland area, back in 2020, when Russell was with the PD, he was a captain, I think, with the police department. Let me find out what I did with that story. Yeah, Russell at the time was with the, I think, does Wheatland have a police department? Maybe he was captain with the sheriff's office. But he was law enforcement. He was not the sheriff at this time, 2020. And it was an incident in Wheatland back in May 2020 where Captain Russell responded to a domestic dispute. Man was having an issue with his family. When he got there, he saw David Kane with an axe. He was physically fighting his brother, Nathan Kane. The mother was involved. They called 911. He got there, and it was just a mess. He's trying to figure out what's going on. And Kane would not put down the axe. Russell ordered Kane to drop the axe 3 times. Kane did not. And finally, Kane was shot by Captain Russell, shot dead. The use of lethal force would eventually be deemed justified. It was looked at, and the Platte County Attorney Doug Weaver issued the following statement back at that time. I have reviewed the entire report from DCI, including interviews, Captain Russell's body cam, which he turned on as soon as he got on scene, the medical examiner's report. I conclude that Captain Russell's actions in this case were consistent with his training and with the Platte County Sheriff's Office policy on use of force. So he was cleared on that. And I wonder if that has anything to do with the resignation of later Sheriff Russell. And it was kind of an abrupt resignation. I wonder if Russell still just that incident did not sit well with him. I don't know if that had anything to do with anything, but I do know that Sheriff David Russell did resign, left that position vacated at the end of last month, September. And from a crowd of 8 applicants, we have 3 that have emerged. It'll be the decision of the county commissioners to figure out who's going to be the next sheriff of Platte County, at least until the next election. We'll take, let's see, not a break. Let's go to Western Ag Network and do a little rodeo with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, our conversation continues with Paige Rasmussen, former National Intercollegiate Rodeo Association champion and now an employee of Turning Point USA. Today, we discuss her goals, her job, and the mantra of Turning Point USA. That's on the show today. Paige Rasmussen, coming up next.
Ranchers, this Tuesday, October 21st, is your opportunity to pick up some of the very best stock cows that Southwest Montana and beyond has to offer. It's a special stock cow sale at Montana Livestock Auction in Ramsey, featuring a 390 head complete herd dispersion. These are running age cows, Black Angus, Simcross Angus, and Red Angus, to start calving March 9th, bred to Simcross Angus and Angus bulls. For all the details, visit MontanaLivestockAuction.com. Fall is here, and ranchers know that it's more than just changing leaves. It's production sales season. You've put in the hard work, and now's the time to make sure your genetics get the attention they deserve. The Western Egg Network now reaches farmers and ranchers across 11 western states on 128 radio stations, plus broadcast television and social media. When it comes to marketing your herd this fall, we've got you covered. Western Egg Network, connecting your purebred operation with the commercial cattlemen and women who matter the most.
Turning Point USA, what's their mission statement or a goal that they have that they talk to you about?
Yeah, so we're all about educating and empowering the youth to be more involved in their local and, widespread communities, especially on college and high school campuses. So we're all about free markets, limited government, capitalism, and overall patriotism. We really want to empower students to embrace their love for America. So we do that by getting out on college campuses, starting chapters, and just getting students organized to, basically save America and be the next generation that's going to lead America to greatness.
So what do you do with Turning Point USA? What's your job specifically?
So I'm a field representative. So I oversee all of North Texas, so from Lubbock all the way over to Kilgore, Texas. So it's a very large territory, and I manage the chapters at the universities and also help students start new chapters. So I get students organized and connected with other students who have the same values.
Paige Rasmussen on the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're coming up against one final break this hour in our final hour of this Wednesday show. I did want to pass this story along from Wall Street Journal. Fear that we may be entering another housing bubble type situation with this whole AI thing. Wall Street sounds the alarm on AI-driven boom as investors go all in. Anything to do with artificial intelligence right now, AI, it's such the hot thing that all these AI tech companies, it does kind of feel like the housing bubble, does it not? And we know what happened there, 2008, the burst of the housing bubble, and we hit a real downturn in the economy. This feels very similar, where inflated stocks, people they just hear the letters AI and they throw their money at it. Investors, Wall Street, like anything to do with artificial intelligence is getting just artificially inflated. That's what AI means. And it does feel poised for a real popping of the balloon. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon expressed some caution, a category of concern, he called it, when talking to reporters just yesterday. He said, when asset prices are elevated, you have further to fall. Duh. I mean, that makes sense. Wall Street growing louder with warnings that artificial intelligence trade may be overheating. Record gains in AI-linked stocks and corporate spending has concerns on Wall Street that a boom is starting to look like a bubble. Careful. I'm glad I don't do stocks at all. To me, it just feels like gambling, and I don't gamble. I just, I'm real nervous about going there. A couple of more stories. The feds halt Wyoming coal lease. Greg Johnson has been telling us this. Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, said, as depressed as coal is right now, it's not all the Biden administration to blame. It's the fact there's a lot of coal and no demand. Nobody wants coal right now. except maybe Japan and the Far East. But a disappointing coal lease sale of Montana has forced the Trump administration to halt similar plans in Wyoming. Jackson Walker had this story a few days ago. The head of Wyoming's Mining Association said the setback is a minor one for Wyoming, given the future of coal energy in the state. The market right now is still strong, yet this big coal sale in Montana had nobody raising their paddle. The big coal auction, nobody wanted to jump in on coal in Montana. What does that mean for Wyoming? Maybe not good. Jackson Walker had that story. Disappointing coal lease sale in Montana has forced the Trump administration to halt their plans to do a similar coal lease sale in Wyoming, as the demand for coal does not quite seem to be there yet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll take one more break and run for the finish line here right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Stories buzzing this morning on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. Legislators pointing fingers over Radiant Nuclear killing their Wyoming project. They decided to set up shop in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, as we learned yesterday. We did have one of the brass of Radiant, drop in with us, Matt Wilson. Really nice of him to come on and share on this show some of the thinking behind Radiant's decision to abandon Bar None. They were all pro Wyoming and ready to go, bar none. And then they said, we can't be certain about what's going on in Wyoming. They just didn't feel Wyoming was ready to embrace nuclear, at least not at the legislative level, state statute level. And they may be right, because when they were looking for support from the Wyoming legislation, what they got was a quote from the Freedom Caucus, who kind of run the show there in the legislature to some degree. Rachel Rodriguez-Williams said, hey, we're not anti-nuclear, but you're not storing your spent nuke stuff in our ground. That's a non-starter. And that right there, that was all Radiant needed to hear. They abandoned plans for Bar None and moved their show over to Oak Ridge, where Oak Ridge, Tennessee is enjoying a bit of a nuclear resurgence, one time called the Atomic City. Back in the 1940s, when the U.S. was scrambling to build the A-bomb, the federal government set up shop in Oak Ridge, bought 60,000 acres, and began the Manhattan Project. And that's the legacy of nuclear, basically, in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And that same area, that same Manhattan Project area in Oak Ridge is now seeing a real resurgence. It's attracting very similar companies to Radiant. Oklo is another one that's coming out of California. They're all coming to Oak Ridge to do nuclear again. There's this big push to go nuke. And to do it in different ways. TerraPower in Kemmer. Bill Gates' TerraPower is a nuclear power plant. It's going to operate a little bit differently, and a novel concept on how they're going to create power is interesting. And then the idea to get it smaller scaled, modular nuclear, also super popular. Will any of this stuff work and come into fruition and become a business? At least one former UW professor said, with Radiant deciding to not set up shop in Wyoming, one professor said, nothing lost there. He said most of these companies are going to go out of business before they ever even build a reactor. He said it's a lot of idea space, it's a lot of blueprints, but it's not a lot of actual shovel-ready, really going to work. Let's wait and see how it works, said one UW professor. That's been a big story today. Who was that UW physicist, I think? I've mentioned him a couple of times. I haven't mentioned him by name. Is Alan Cooperman, professor of public affairs. It's not a UW professor. It's Texas. Alan Cooperman, professor of public affairs at University of Texas, Austin. He offered the contrarian view of Radiant and leaving Wyoming. He said, I'm not sure Wyoming should have FOMO, fear of missing out on this lost opportunity, he said. He added, a vast majority of companies like Radiant that are proposing to build advanced nuclear reactors are going to go out of business before they ever build a single reactor. And that's part of the opposition with Radiant is we don't want to be a testing ground. What you're proposing has not been done. Radiant has not built. Actually, what they've tested, they've done some computer models, but Radiant has not built what they said they're going to do. And Wyoming doesn't want to be the place they build that and test it. What if something goes wrong? That's some of the opposition in the state saying, we don't know what it looks like. You sort of know what it looks like, but you haven't built it yet. Why don't you try that in Oak Ridge and then tell us how it goes? The other biggest concern is what Rachel Rodriguez Williams voices. She's the chair of the Freedom Caucus. She said, we draw the line at out of state waste storage. The fact that Radiant would represent out-of-state waste storage. She said that Freedom Caucus is not anti-nuclear, but they are standing up to, quote, California billionaires who insist on saddling Wyoming landscapes with their windmills, solar panels, and now their radioactive waste. Freedom Caucus has made it clear they don't have FOMO, fear of missing out. They just don't want to be the dumping grounds for radioactive waste. And we had Matt Wilson on yesterday from Radiant saying, well, you can't have it both ways. If you're pro-nuclear, if you really want to be on the forefront of this technology, you want to be with us in the future, these micro reactors, then you also have to take the waste end of it. And he likened it to, you can't enjoy a hamburger or a cut of steak without, and then be squeamish at the butchering of a cow. He's like, it all is the same thing. You can't have one over the other. Some legislators lamenting a lost opportunity, saying catastrophic mistake to let Radiant get away, comparable to rejecting the coal industry 50 years ago. We're missing the boat here, say many lawmakers around the state, and even Governor Gordon calling the anti-Radiant movement the Club No. Gordon blasted Radiant opponents on Tuesday morning, calling anybody who's against this Club No. He said that's not the way Wyoming became the great state it is. Wyoming should not be held back by fear. We should be pioneers here. That is by far one of the biggest news stories of the day, and that's carryover from yesterday, sort of a 48-hour news cycle with that one. On a totally unrelated issue, actually, I'll get to this in a moment, regarding, I told you, this is a rough segue, so we're going to have to do Wyoming Game and Fish in between. But I want to look at the rising incidence of injuries when playing sports on artificial turf as opposed to natural grass. Injuries are on the rise. Is turf to blame? We'll talk about that after Game and Fish.
AIS check station hours in southeast Wyoming are changing as the boating season winds down. We'll have a rundown on check stations in that region next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. As temperatures chill and daylight wanes, aquatic invasive species watercraft check stations in the Laramie region will begin operating with reduced hours. Going forward, the I-80 port of entry at Cheyenne will be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursdays through Sundays. The I-25 Welcome Center in Cheyenne will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Thursdays through Sundays. Highway 287 port of entry out of Laramie will be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursdays through Sundays. The Torrington port of entry will be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursdays through Sundays. And Grey Rock's Reservoir, Platte Valley, is closed for the season. Those requiring an inspection outside of operational hours can call the Laramie Regional Office or the Cheyenne Game and Fish Headquarters office, or contact a private inspector to schedule an appointment. Wyoming law requires any watercraft entering the state from March 1st through November 30th each year to be inspected for AIS before launching in Wyoming. Boaters can utilize private inspectors and certified inspection locations. If you will not encounter an open check station on your route, contact the Laramie Game and Fish Regional Office to make arrangements for an inspection. Watercraft last used on a water known to have invasive zebra or quagga mussels must be inspected before launching in Wyoming during all months of the year. To learn more about why aquatic invasive species are a threat and how to stop their spread, there are a number of resources to go to by visiting the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Well, the rise in popularity of synthetic playing surface is undeniable. First introduced artificial turf back in the 1960s, accommodating dome stadiums. The very first one was Major League Baseball's Houston Astros. They played on the artificial turf, and now you see artificial turf everywhere. It's gotten better, the technology. Basically made from plastics to mimic the look of grass, typically containing these tiny black pellets you often see. They're called crumb rubber, and they're actually made from shredded tires. But artificial turf, especially where grass is tough to keep, like in a dome or in a cold weather stadium, has become very, very popular. By 2020, there were 13,000 synthetic turf fields in the United States. About 1,500 are installed. New ones are installed annually. Well, there's concern from doctors and others that artificial turf is the reason for an increase in injuries we're seeing in across all sports field. ACLs, ankle sprains, and others. Major injuries on the rise in football, baseball, soccer, all due perhaps to artificial turf. Should we go back to natural grass? We're out of time here on a Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show. Got to wrap up. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.